debate, uncut and after show. I'm your host Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe, hit the bell notification icon and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they premiere, and there's also a Ko-Fi, Patreon, crypto and thanks button in the info box below the video. Speaking of Patrons, I'm going to do a quick shout out to all of you who do support me on Patreon. So, a massive shout of thanks and appreciation to Thomas van der Zander, Cannabear, Gary Hughes, Measured Flat, Chris Wouters, Mr. Amish, Sensual Goat, Mitch Kennedy, Rod, The Name's Burley, Twad Wazzle, Jason Hornsby, Christoph Fournier, Flat Earth Travolta, JMails24, Unimento, Iron26, Endless, Golden McKinnon, Retro Bill, Level Playing Poem, Michael Kahn, John Kays, Patrick Gunnels, Banter, Mel B. Styles, Hairy Blade, Mobile Max 777, Rob W, Del West Watson, Unbelievable Productions, Blue Ridge Ranger, Abraham Mohammed, Skeptic 936, Life is Short, Texas Mike, Chow Young Cat, David Wayne Foster, and Dank. So another massive thank you to all of you for supporting me on Patreon. Now I will hand over to whoever is in Discord and Google so you can enjoy their dulcet tones while I set up for today's live show.
Flat Earth for
Give
a
me your
couple of
number.
years, I guess.
Give me a number. How long?
1 to 9, and then 9 to 100's missing. So I think I've picked it up at 100, and I've probably gone through to about 104 at the moment. So learning some of these names that you guys throw around, like, is it Tim Osman and Rumpus and some of those guys. And I can see why Nathan would have got such a kick out of his interaction with Timmy Osmond a couple of weeks ago after the kind of character he was a few years ago.
Yeah, Timmy Clown.
Really put him in his place.
I think I started listening on around, maybe 600. That's when I found the show.
Yeah, I only started about 6
Good
months
morning,
ago.
guys.
Hello.
Yeah, Neil, I think I remember it was beginning of Corona hoax. You showed up on, I believe it was 24/7, and then you discovered Nathan, right? If I'm not mistaken.
No. That's when I got on,
Huh?
Nathan. I was watching for years before.
Oh, for years before. All right.
Yeah, I was watching on YouTube. During Corona, I was bored and I decided to try and get on.
Oh, okay.
In chat, wasn't your name like your wife's name or something like that?
Yeah. I was Sarita Cosentino. That was my wife's account.
Yeah,
Yep.
that's right, Sarita.
Speaking of some of the older guys, Brenda was on politics yesterday, and all Brenda wanted to talk about after getting destroyed was Nathan Oakley and how rude he was.
Keeps chanting her nonsense, dude. I don't know if anybody pays attention to her anymore. But Danny Faulkner was in 24/7 last night. I just saw a post from Rayleigh Criterion. I don't know what they were talking about. Danny Faulkner.
Did he speak?
Oh, I don't know. I just saw that Rayleigh posted a screenshot of him being there. Somebody said it was heated. Yeah. So it'll be interesting to hear. But are you guys? What do you guys think about today's review video from the Secular Talk guy? Neil, you saw it, right?
Yeah, I think that's the one we started reviewing before, no?
No, I mean maybe. Shit, I hope I didn't make a mistake again. But I thought it was the Candace Owens actual video about that. This is this guy's response to Candace Owens talking about flat Earth, and it's only about 10 minutes, but it's pretty much an emotional breakdown, dude. Like this dude is like just breaking down, melting, and yeah. He even says that science is a method, but you can find out things through scientific method, but he still, for some reason, believes Earth has something to do with scientific method. I mean, a globe has something to do with science, and yeah. But yeah, you're right. Like when Candace said she left the cult of science, we know what she means, right? The cult of pseudoscience. But that's
Yeah,
why
she
you have
don't
to
know
be.
what science is.
Yeah, man. That's why I think if Nathan, I'm still 100% sure he's going to do a great job reviewing it as always. But if we can just go over all the stuff, you know what I mean? All the info, tell her how it's measured flat and what the scientific method is and what pseudoscience is and how to distinguish between two. And then if we can somehow reach, dude, like if we can reach Candace Owens, she has a lot of subscribers, dude. That would be reaching a lot of people, man. So if there's a way
You know
to
who
reach
else?
out to her, I don't know
You
how,
know who
man.
else
I don't
don't know
know
what
how.
science is? Oh,
What's
sorry.
that?
I thought you were done.
No, go ahead, man. I'm done.
Jaron still doesn't know what science is.
Oh,
Huey
yeah.
played a little bit of it yesterday after the show. He's still stuck on stupid, that guy.
Yeah, we all know that, man. Jaron and Dave Weiss, and yeah, they don't, it's like, they don't want to learn what science is for their own benefit so they can keep exploiting people, right? With their
Yeah, well,
charlatan bullshit.
they want to be able to, if they hold to the scientific method, they know ETH is out the window.
Exactly. And they have nothing to talk about. Man, when I heard Witsit say the other day while QE was reviewing, he said he believes that Earth is something like, what is it, toroidal field or something? I'm like, why, dude? After all these years, man, like, why, dude? Why do you even say, like, okay, it's fine for you to think that for yourself. But, dude, if you represent an FE, man, like, those are the things you say, and you don't say it's measured flat and how it's measured flat. You know what I mean? Like, it's very disappointing, to say the least, man. I really lost hope in Witsit and Dave and all these guys. And, but to each their own, you know what I mean? Nothing we can do about that, man, Gotta push and, doing this thing, and we'll see what happens in the end. We gotta reach Candace Owens, bro. She, like, yeah, if we can get her on the same page, and if she can hear today's video being reviewed and Nathan explaining everything perfectly, if we can get this video to her somehow today, yeah, that's our goal, man. I
Yeah,
just
me
don't
and
know if she
Brian talked
reads
about
YouTube
this. I
comments.
think it's important that she understands what the
Yes,
scientific method is.
yes.
That'll wake her
Yep.
up.
And I think she does have the ears. You know what I mean? She is the kind of person that's going to listen and use her own logic and reason to think about these things. But again, how do we reach to her, and how do we make her watch today's review video or one of Brian's videos? You know what I mean? She has a lot of people following her, and she gets a lot of comments.
Now's the perfect timing because she's feeling like she's been lied about everything. So now, if we could swoop in there and say, yes, but here's where you're wrong. Science is not pagan. Science is a method, and this is the method, and lay it down for her.
But how do we, you know what I mean? Like, how do we get this video to her eyes and ears? That's the biggest issue. How do we get this information to her? How do we make her see it and like, oh, okay, let me watch Nathan Oakley's video? You know what I mean?
Is the video we're
That's
covering
the
today
hardest part.
critical of her?
Yes.
Well,
yeah,
then what you do is you take a link to today's live stream, or if you're listening to the Uncut After Show, this show that you're watching, you post it on her channel and you say, this person defended you. Because she's obviously going to appreciate that she's being attacked by this person, and he's got 1 million subs, so I would assume that she's been made aware of him to a certain degree if she pays attention to what she's presented as on YouTube. Therefore, if she's made aware that somebody's defended her against whatever it is that he slandered her with, no doubt, then maybe she'll be grateful and come along and listen to how we've defended his position on her behalf.
Yeah, but do you think she's gonna find that comment? Because a lot of these big shots don't read their YouTube comments, bro. That's the biggest.
Or get her email.
Yeah.
Or get her email.
How? Like, if you can get her email, dude, I'll write her an email.
Right, it's just a case of looking. You have to find out where it is. Do a bit of research.
Nathan, you're right on it. She pays attention to what goes on with her videos.
Dude, let's get her email and I'll write her an email. If
Right,
anybody can get her an email, like
no, I
that's
can't
it.
because I've got too much to do. But if you're inclined to contact her, then you need to find out her email. That's how it works.
Brian's been trying.
Well, if anybody who's listening,
hold on a second, you're both talking at the same time. So, Mush, I don't know if you were around, but
yes.
various people from the G Plus panel were put to task to get various people's email addresses. Some of them quite high profile, with some degree of success. It's just a matter of wanting to do it and trying to do it. Now, you might fail, but if you want to contact Candace Owens, you can. You personally can do that. I know you can.
Okay. Pretty much the only platforms that I'm on is YouTube and Skype. After I connect to you guys on the Skype.
That doesn't matter. It's just a question.
You mean just Google search it?
Well, that's where you might begin. I'm not going to tell you how to begin. If I wanted someone's contact information badly enough, I could get it. I'm just saying. I don't know where I would start with her. It's different for everyone.
All right, fair enough, man. I'm in New York till Thursday, so I'm at work. But I guess first thing I come call on Thursday, man. I'm gonna try to do that. And if anybody who's listening, if they can somehow find their email, please DM it to me, and I'll do the rest.
Yeah, that's unlikely.
But
motivationally.
Not to break your heart, but Brian's been hitting a brick wall with Candace Owens. So if you could get through, that'd be a plus.
Is Brian also looking for her email?
Yes.
Contact information?
Yes.
Okay, so yeah. Alrighty.
Something else.
Either way, Go ahead.
I'm saying for something else.
Oh, for something else. Well,
yeah.
It doesn't matter if he finds your email.
Yeah, but I'm just saying.
He'll be able to give it to me.
Maybe.
Nah, dude. All right, whatever. But yeah, today review video should be fun, man. It's only 10 minutes, but it's just as usual, loaded with logical fallacies and this dude is having a meltdown, man. Emotions with all these people, man. They just can't deal with reality, can't hear anything.
Do a quick sound check of him.
So Candace Owens, after leaving the Daily Wire, she's been sort of paving a new lane for herself, let's say. And this lane also now includes conspiracy theories.
Okay. Sounds good to me.
Sounds good to me. I love it when they share their pain so enthusiastically. By the way, it's very entertaining.
Oh, have you seen this video?
No, just from what OK Computers was saying, that he gets very upset, it sounds like.
When was he? Did I miss something? Did you say something, Greg?
Or who was talking just now?
Me.
Oh, not you, Nathan. There's somebody before you that was talking about the video.
Oh, Mush.
Mush. Okay, yeah, he was saying how he is getting upset. It sounds very good so far.
I was gonna say OK Computer didn't say anything. Yeah.
Yeah, I got mixed up. Sorry about that.
What's the videographer's name?
I did just write it in the title of the video.
Secular Talk.
Yes.
His channel's name.
Secular
Talk.
Secular Talk. Thank you.
I'll post a link to his video once we get live. I'm in a very, very good mood today. Sort of. Why are you in a good mood, Nathan? Well, because I've been having a few problems with my coffee machine. And OK Computer, as we've started calling him for some reason, fixed it for me. Literally today. So I went and picked it up about an hour ago. And it works perfectly. I'm so happy.
Oh my gosh. If I had no coffee in the mornings, I would lose 98% of the reason to live.
I was at a class today with my eldest daughter, and I've done this class since she was about 3. So I've been doing it for years and years and years. And I was in the class today, and I couldn't keep my eyes open. I was falling asleep while they were doing this class. I'm like scratching my eyes and trying to keep myself awake. I'm sure at one point, or at least one point, I actually did fall asleep.
Oh no.
Only for a second or two.
Well, at least you don't have to do the homework for it, right?
No, there's no homework. Not that kind of class. All work is homework.
True.
How's that
So what
book
kind of
coming
class
along,
was it
Nathan?
for?
Sorry, 2 people spoke.
Sorry, go ahead.
Go on, Dan. Is it
I
done?
was asking how that book's coming along.
Yeah, it's going really well. I mean, it was basically finished to my satisfaction, and then I put it in front of everybody from Flat Earth Debate. Now, I'm going to sarcastically say that was a mistake, but it really wasn't. You know, these people have got very fine-tuned minds in terms of the accuracy of what I'm stating. So if I've said to where there's supposed to be a from, it needs correcting. Yeah, that bit is taking a while because there's lots of cooks all working at once and everyone's getting under each other's feet, and it takes a while. So where I thought it might come out last week, it's probably going to be another month. But on the other hand, as far as what's there already, I mean, technically speaking, it could be published tomorrow, but you know, I want it to be a very high quality product, and everyone around me does too. So they're all striving to make it as high quality a product as possible. So it's gone from being a book that's good and has all the information in there to being potentially a reference standard book in terms of the information that's in there. So it's getting a proper polishing, which I'm not against. The glossary for the back of it is just getting massive. So half the book's going to end up being glossary with like terms that we use on a day-to-day basis. I remember about 5 years ago, Infinite Plane Society suggesting that he would do something similar. He might have done it for himself and the terms that he used on his show. But that's what we'll be doing, or what I have been doing and will be continued to be done for the next month or so, polishing it up. But yeah, it's going to have an enormous glossary with all the defined terms. So it's a potentially very useful reference book.
Yeah, looking forward to it.
Nathan, where are we going to be able to buy the hard copy?
Anywhere that you buy books. It'll be distributed like any other
Really?
book. It'll go on Amazon. So it'll go on Amazon, and
Okay.
the publisher themselves
Nice.
has got their own website. So it'll be on various different places.
Very good.
What I've got to do initially.
Yeah, that's if we get to work instead of taking days off.
It needs to be in Barnes and Noble.
Say again?
It needs to be in Barnes and Noble.
Barnes and Noble. Maybe.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, it'll go wherever it can be sold. Initially, it'll just go out to, you know, the normal places that people buy ebooks from. But there's the facility to get a proper, you know, hard copy, like a soft paperback or a hardback.
Nice.
Immediately.
Eli, are there still Barnes and Nobles around, Eli?
Are you kidding me? The biggest one on 14th Street? Yeah.
Yeah, but all the other ones are closed down last time I was in New York. They had one in Forest Hills, gone.
Oh.
A couple other areas in Long Island, gone.
Yeah, they
feedback.
probably just keeping like the flagship open.
Causing feedback, by the way, Eli, just so you know, if you're in conversation with anybody.
Oh, let me put my headphones on speaker. Is that better?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay.
Hopefully they won't make you put a caption that says flat earth is an archaic debunked scientific theory on your book.
Neil, I'll be in Georgia
Okay. Jolly good.
When?
tomorrow till like the 12th or 13th. Going to the big
George is very big. What part?
Duluth.
Okay, I do some work over there with my brother, but he's in New York.
Oh, I'm tripping. Not Duluth. Where's that Mercedes-Benz Stadium? I think that's in Atlanta, right?
I've been there.
Yeah. Biggest corporate event in Atlanta, baby.
A lot of tramps.
Yeah, true.
That's just America.
Word. Every downtown area, every major city, we spoke about it already.
Yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure the last time you mentioned it, Atlanta, Georgia, I said I'd been there and watched a couple of tramps fighting. Just totally different mentality in the States to here in the UK. As an example, at that particular show in Atlanta, the show was scheduled to finish at 5, and at 5 o'clock, prompt at 5, there was no more guests. Everybody was ushered out, and they sounded a bell, and everybody on all stands cheered, and then immediately started tidying away. I'm like, man, this is a totally different mentality. You know, all right, this is the end of the show scheduled for 5, so that's when we finish. We all cheer, and now we pack up. It's like, it just, it's hard to explain how that is so different to what would happen here. Hard to explain. You certainly wouldn't get cheering and an alarm on the time that you finished, I think.
Quite the culture shock.
By then, I'd spent so much time in the States, it wasn't. It's just one particular example that I just remember from doing a, whatever you call them, show. We used to call them.
Yeah, I also heard you're not supposed to go to Memphis.
Why not?
Because the culture difference for, like, not just for you, but for like me too, because you know I'm a white guy, and you're not supposed to go to Memphis, is what I've heard.
Why?
Quite dangerous.
Why?
It's quite dangerous. Because it's easy to become a victim.
Of what? What's in? Did you say Tennessee?
Crime. Yeah, Nashville, Tennessee, or not Nashville, Memphis. Because it's dangerous.
That's where
with
Graceland
crime
is.
and violence.
Isn't that where Graceland is?
You know, I don't know. I imagine it's close.
Fair enough.
Isn't that the words in a Simon and Garfunkel song, is it? Is that where you're getting that idea from?
Probably. Yeah, it is a Simon and Garfunkel song. I'm going
Well, I did
Memphis,
a road trip a few years ago, and
Memphis,
that's what I was told.
That's the one.
I'm going to Graceland. That's the one. So after yesterday's show, Russian Vids, or They Live Truth, gave me a ring. He was half apologetic and half annoyed at 10th Man.
Why?
Because he was challenged, basically, as you'd expect. But because...
Oh, Russian?
Yeah, typically when Russian Vids is challenged, so he might be somewhere in a server or something, and when a challenge comes, it's typically from some dick that just sees him as an easy target because he's a bigger YouTuber that's well known, so they want to like a stripe. That's how he described it. Now, although I didn't say this to him on the call, because, you know, I felt he just wanted to get a load off, so I just let him. But I did hint at the idea that, you know, 10th is in no way trying to gain a stripe from you. He undoubtedly doesn't even know who you are. So, you know, I can understand that might be the perception. But no, you know, he's not just trying to, oh, look, it's Russian Vids, I'll see if I can get one over on him. No, he just heard a claim and challenged it, because that's what we do here. So I did try and explain it to him. It's like, no, anything you say at all in that arena will be challenged if you don't provide evidence immediately by numerous people. And it's not just because they want to make you look bad, get one over you, prove that you're not as good a YouTuber as them. Because that's why he said, what videos have you made? The logic behind that, when he explained it to me, was because typically somebody who's a complete no-name nobody starts challenging you when you've been doing it for 10 years. And they've not put any effort in, done any research, and then they're challenging you, and you're like, who are you? So it's like, well, actually, no, 10th Man is, and I did say that to him on the live show, 10th Man's done enough research, produced enough material, lots and lots, many hours. So no, it's not like he's trying to rise in the ranks of YouTube and needs to use as a stepping stone by winning one over you. He just heard a claim about angels and demons, is biblically literal, and wanted to challenge it. And he did. That was it. But compounding that was the fact that he had a terrible line. So for whatever reason, he had an internet issue. So he kept dropping out. So that immediately makes it perceived by 10th that there's a gap in the conversation to make a response. Alternately, when he's getting a gap from us, because his line's faded and 10th's still in the middle of something, he thinks he's stopped, so he starts responding. So that didn't help things. Of course, it didn't help further that it was the end of the live stream, so when that typically happens, I step away, get myself a drink and such. And that's when it happened. So I wasn't here to say, whoa, it's just got bad lines, chill out for a second. You go. You know, I wasn't here to do that, so just descended into audio chaos within about literally 2 minutes of me stepping away.
So the way I heard it, the whole thing started with misunderstanding when Russian Vids was explaining what Bart Sabrell said, and 10th Man took it as something that he claims.
Right.
At that point, they started talking over each other. It was audio chaos, but the whole thing was just misunderstanding.
No, that wasn't it.
Well, we can discuss it. We can discuss it on the live show, because I do actually have to get this show on the road.
Let's get it on.
Good morning.
Hello,
Discord
everyone.
and YouTube.
Did you say hello, everyone on YouTube? Hello, you in YouTube land watching. I remember they used to say that when you used to get a member of the public on TV. Hello, everyone in TV land, looking down the camera. Hello, Mum. Hope you're watching. Well, it's a good day. It's a very good day. I've got caffeine in my bloodstream. I'm very happy indeed.
Good. Let's get the ball rolling.
Yeah, well, there was a Candace Owens video that we covered of her personally about 2 weeks ago, and then we ended up discussing, but not actually playing, her recent video that Brian had shared with me, where at the end she's talking about flat Earth by virtue of a commenter saying, you know, don't discount this subject, don't give up, it's a good subject to keep looking into, but specifically mentioned the topic flat Earth. But prior to that, at the earlier part of her stream or video or whatever it was talking about the rejection of science incorrectly, which is to say that what she has correctly identified as nonsense, she is still incorrectly ascribing the title of science, as the people who have bullshitted her have done. They've taken the labels of an empirical method, that's science, hypothesis construction, experiment theory, all of these words that mean something, and ascribe them to nonsense just so stories. Well, that makes what they have punted pseudoscience. But up until this point, we've had Candace throwing the baby out with the bathwater and saying, I understand that science is flawed, and that typical sort of sentiment that many of us have experienced, which is to say, you recognise that people who are claiming to be science are not truthful, or have peddled incorrect information, or have changed their rhetoric, or have done things that would not be conducive with the empiricism that actual science has to offer. So upon finding this out, you go, well, science is wrong. Science is bad. Like, no, it wasn't science to begin with. They just claimed it was because it then offers the idea to the person that hears those words of proof, empiricism, which is what the scientific method actually offers. So if you can take the method that offers empirical evidence at the end of the process, that's the scientific method, and just use the words associated with that method that offers empiricism to your nonsense and call it science, then people will ultimately throw the baby out with the bathwater when they reject your nonsense. What we are here to say is science is empirical. It's a methodology for establishing the cause of an effect you observe in nature. It is the basis for almost all of our technological advancements in the 20th and 21st century. Science has improved humanity. But 99% of what is peddled as science is not. Don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. Learn what science actually is so you can identify the nonsense when they peddle it as science. And that is to say, learn what the scientific method is. So with that in mind, I'll ask a couple of housekeeping questions just to keep the Globers involved. Keep their hand in, so to speak. Any scientific evidence of gravity?
We're going to need an observed phenomenon, and I don't think we have one of those.
No, we do not. Not for gravity. What about any single... Go ahead, whoever that was from G+.
The only relevant observed phenomenon that I can think of is the tides. But of course, there's not going to be any independent variable.
Yeah, I mean, the tides are a phenomena. I'll give you that. But scientific validity for tides would be to say you assume a cause of that effect, tides, vary it, and cause the effect.
One of my favorite questions is to ask them, how are you going to vary and manipulate the gravity of the moon to prove it causes tides? And of course they can't.
Yeah, well, you're basing that within their presuppositional rhetoric, but that's fine. Yeah, how are you going to vary it if you got them to formulate it into a quasi-claim to be scientific prediction, aka hypothesis? The independent variable for their rhetoric in heliocentrism would be the moon. That's the causal influencer according to them. Nevertheless, yeah, that's not been scientifically validated. The tidal influencer being the gravitational field of the moon when it's not a force and hasn't been for 109 years. It's kind of crazy. Moving on, any single viable hypothesis from any of the fields of astronomy, cosmology, or astrophysics?
They only have observed phenomenons, no independent variables.
Right. Observe and declare. Okay. So, as is always the case, I'm going to get my audience, although there's only 50 people here, we've only just started, so I'll do it again. I'll do another call to action later, but I'm going to pop the link to this videographer who we are covering today in the live stream chat. So, go and let the videographer know, at Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me, and just let him know that we've done a little response video. Now, there was a certain amount of sentiment from the Discord and G+ server, for that matter, that the subject matter of the video should be the person that's contacted about our response in this regard. So this particular response video from Secular Talk, that's the videographer we're actually covering, and that's the link that I'm asking you now, if you're in the live stream, to go and click on.
Him, oh my God.
What?
Secular Talk, I used to watch his videos like religiously.
Well, brilliant. Thank you. Yeah, so click on the link that's going by in the live stream chat and let Secular Talk know at Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me. The video we're covering is called Candace Owens leaves, quote, the cult of science, end quote, flirts with flat earth, the Kyle Kulinski show. Have I said his name correctly? Hopefully so. So this is
Yes, you did.
Kyle. Go ahead.
No, yeah, that's his name. You said it correctly, Kyle Kalinske. Yeah.
But yeah, let
I'm
him
sorry.
know.
This is just a sour. This is definitely going to be a sour one for me because when I stopped watching him, I just felt like there were definitely topics that he could have researched better, and it just seemed like he just didn't. And now hearing that we're gonna have this conversation about him is just gonna, but it's gonna be an interesting one, guys.
Sure. I will get to the end of this call to action eventually, though. So please let him know at Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me, as I say, the link is whizzing its way by. Yeah, let him know that we've done a response. However, it may be the case that he's not necessarily the correct respondent, as much as we wish to help him in the YouTube algorithmic love by sending him people to comment and like and do all those good things. We would hope that were he to do a response, he would put a link to my video, share in the algorithmic love that we as flat earthers definitely do not receive from YouTube, since Congress told them not to, in essence. So, were he to make a response, we would hope he would put a link to our video. But in the meantime, as I am sharing the love with everybody, big and small, please let him know at Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me. Help him in the YouTube algorithm, boost him up by giving him a comment, leaving him a like, and just pointing him in the direction of this video. And this is an extended call to action on account of the fact that Mighty Mush was saying in the pre-show that Candace herself might be the person that's best responded to, which is to say, I can assume that this guy's going to be attacking the notions that she's covered in the video we spoke about a week ago. And therefore, it might be virtue signalling. Nevertheless, we're trying to get her attention by any means, regardless of whether or not people can cast a aspersion, shall we say, about the methodology that we're doing it. But in essence, if we may not be, defending her honour in this particular regard, it might be worth letting her know. This person's been attacking you in regards to your comments on Flat Earth and your departure from quasi-science, pseudoscience, to correctly name it. But this particular person has defended you in that regard. That would be me, us, Flat Earth Debate, Nathan Oakley 1980 being the channel. So maybe someone will post a link to Candace's video that he's responding to, and we'll put a link to that as well. And again, let Candace know that we are actually covering one of her respondents in this regard. I'm sure that is more than adequate amount of time for people who are in the live stream chat now. There's almost 70 people there now, getting up to that 100. Hopefully a few of you have actually gone and clicked on it and left him a comment, so we will get into the thick of it. Any other comments on Kyle before we do actually get into the video in earnest?
No, I got one on Candace. She actually calls it a pagan religion because she's skewed to the medical side of it, if it's the same video.
Any more for any more?
Give herself a little bit of an Alex Jonesy type vibe. And man, this one right here is extreme. Even
Oh my god. Straight off the cuff. She's giving herself a bit of an Alex Jonesy vibe. I don't know much about Candace Owens. Number one, I keep getting her name wrong. But number two, I've seen enough of her to say that she in absolutely no way gives off the vibe of some crazy crackpot conspiracy theorist. You know, I've seen her shut down some of the best interviewers from mainstream TV in terms of her rhetoric and knowledge and understanding. She's anything but a crazy, kooky conspiracy theorist. But you're saying just because she's mentioned these subjects, immediately she's tarred with that brush. Yeah, I wish Brian was here so he could back me up on this. Immediate character assassination. Oh, she's gone from being very well researched, very eloquent, and very capable of shutting down some of the best debaters and researchers and interviewers in the arena to she's got a bit of an Alex Jones vibe. Poison in the well.
He's a bit of a poison in the weller.
Yeah, it certainly is.
even for the likes of somebody like Alex Jones, I don't think I've ever heard him comment on this particular theory. She's going to flirt a little bit with flat Earth, and she's going to have a little something to say.
What does that mean? Flirt. Contextually, flirt is a sexual thing. Why is he using that word?
They hear about science. Listen to this.
Guys, imagine being married to me. My poor husband, he rolls over. He's like, what are you reading? And I feel like a regular wife says something, I don't know, maybe a love series, Nora Roberts, sweeping her away. Me, on the other hand, he rolled over, he asked me, and I said, Oh, I'm reading a flat Earth theory. And
Okay, well, there's a bad start. There are no flat Earth theories. It's a category error. It lends itself nicely to the misapprehension of throwing the baby out with the bathwater when you say science has lied to you. The same notion is instilled in the notion of flat Earth when people on our own side, that's flat Earth, use these words incorrectly also, like theory. A scientific theory? Oh, it's a Mystic Meg theory. So which one are we talking about? A category error or Nostradamus? Which one is it?
it dawned
You know,
into an
what would
entire
she call
conversation.
that?
Say again?
Sorry, what would she call it if not theory? I know theory is scientific method proven, but like, what would she call it in that situation? Like, I'm reading a flat Earth
Book.
something.
Book.
Okay.
Article. Whatever it is, I don't care. Just don't call it theory unless it's a theory. And if you're going to say, well, it's a Nostradamus theory, Mystic Meg theory. Okay. So you want it to sound kooky? Because you sniggered.
He's like, why are you reading a flat Earth theory? And I'm like, because somebody messaged me on Manect about it, and they included some links, and I'm just reading.
Messaged her on what? Did anybody catch that?
No, take a five.
And it dawned into an entire conversation. He's like, why are you reading a flat Earth theory? And I'm like, because somebody messaged me on Manect about it, and they included
Manette. Am I hearing that correctly?
Somebody
Someone
messaged
messaged
me
on
that I'm inept.
Manette.
She said I'm inept about it.
Manck. There you go. That's how we can get hold of her.
By
some
the
links.
way, it's interesting because the first thing she says is someone sent me something and it included links, so I was just reading them. Imagine that, someone actually just looking over some information.
Hey Nathan, hey everyone.
Hello, Brian.
And
I
I'm
just
just
heard you
reading.
there talking about the word. Sorry, yeah, a bit quick. You said the word theory by Candace Owens. I don't. Doesn't that word is not exclusive to science.
Yeah, you can have a Mystic Meg theory and a Nostradamus theory.
Yeah, so if she's saying theory, she is just coming from a colloquial point of view.
Why are you defending this?
Because I think that jumping too much on everything like that, because she hasn't claimed a scientific theory, so you can't really hold her to task on it.
Yeah, I can.
Even though, okay then.
What do you mean no, I can't hold it to task? Have you got a thing for Candace
Well, she
Owens?
hasn't claimed that,
Hold
which
on.
are critiquing her for.
Have you got a thing for Candace Owens?
I do.
I would say they're just enamored.
Hold on. Brian has just stopped me from critiquing her for using the word theory. So
yeah, a bit harsh.
Some bit harsh.
No, it's not.
At this stage, it is, because that's exactly
no, it's not.
Yeah, it is.
Just one at a time. You can give the contrast
well,
in a minute, Eli. Let's just let Adam or Brian, one or the other who's giving the pro. It's too harsh for you. Go ahead.
I think it's a point to introduce her to the nuance. It's not a point to introduce her to criticism, and in this sense. So I think she's perfectly forgiven at this stage for not knowing the difference. She strikes me as the sort of person that once having the difference explained to her, she won't use it out of context again. And that's the point. At this particular moment for her, she's not using it out of context. It's exactly what it is. It's this flat earth theory she's heard about. It's not a scientific theory. It's not anything. It's just a colloquial phrase for this topic that's come in and is titled flat earth theory.
Okay. I fundamentally disagree, but Eli's going to go first. Go ahead, Eli.
Well, see, I empathize with your feeling towards it. Now, I guess Nathan's point is that you're doing this because there's some sort of affinity towards her, because if it was just a casual conversation between any random person in here, you wouldn't be affording them that same leeway.
That's the difference, yeah. So A, they're not in here, at which point I would expect them to have that nuance. Yeah, that's the difference. It's a category error, the critique, because we're not critiquing her for using the term theory in a non-scientific way. She's using it in the colloquial sense, the description of a topic. So until she goes any further, I don't think she's made the error yet.
No, not yet. But
Yeah, just so I can't be jumped on.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I like Candace Owens, right? And I would think I would be faster to defend her than a lot of people maybe. But either way, the point being is that if she hasn't claimed a scientific theory, then you can't hold her to task on that. You can point out to the audience that when she says theory, she's actually speaking colloquially and not from a point of science. You could point that out, but she doesn't. You can't critique her on something that she doesn't know any different on about, and she's just. What other way is she going to describe it? What she's after being.
I'm glad you've both said it, because it means that what I'm about to say is offered in a more balanced way. But based on the fact that I have already heard her throw the baby out with the bathwater when it comes to science, whenever she brings up anything that's even remotely linked to it, even if it was more vague than this, I'd want to be hyper-specific, so she's on the right track immediately if she were to get this information put to her, or she were to listen to this broadcast. I'd want her to listen and go, why has he jumped all over me for one little word? Okay, it is a Nostradamus theory. I was reading about ether. What's the problem? You're like, okay, good job you've paid attention to that being jumped all over, because it is the very reason you've thrown the baby out with the bathwater, because words like theory get abused. Words like experiment and hypothesis also get abused. So whenever any one of them comes up, you or anybody else, I'm going to be all over it. Now, I get it. If you're pretty, you can live life on easy mode, and people want to defend you when you should be given the benefit of the doubt in every single regard. But as much as
that's unfair.
Why is it unfair?
That's unfair.
Has nothing to do with her being pretty.
Nothing to do with her being pretty. Nothing to do with how she
Totally disagree.
My critique wasn't based on that. My critique was based on that we've got somebody that's saying, I'm reading flat earth theory to the husband. It's what's being described here. She's not, as Eli alluded to, in the flat earth debate panel. She's not like RV was yesterday.
Yeah, we're going over it again. Yep, fine. We've got both sides across. Good.
No, I don't know. I'm just an interested person, no matter what.
Oh, there's more.
Sorry. It's a little less relevant, but the way that you guys look at Candace Owens now, I'd like to admit that I looked at Kyle Kulinski the same way at one particular point. At this moment in time, like if I had to choose, like I would say, yeah, I like what Candace Owens is saying. So again, this is going to be interesting.
I was just thinking the same thing. Can we just clear that up?
conversation.
So, are you saying you looked at that guy in the same way as in you're homosexual? You looked at him as a pretty face and wanted to defend him.
That's what I was thinking. And you saying he's pretty?
No, I mean
Let's just stop this. Stop. No, that isn't what the other guys were saying either. Quite the contrary. This is probably winding them up as Eli's got his time on the mic and they're now being portrayed as having actually given a favour for looks. None of us will do that. It's absurd. I'm kind of doing it just to get her eyes out of the panel. No one's got particularly triggered, so we will move on from this jape. I don't think she's living life on easy mode for being pretty. I'm just trying to trigger the panel.
Good morning, guys.
Morning.
Chocolate.
Who was that? Who said good morning?
Chocolate.
Was that Chocolate? Hello, Chocolate.
I don't think we're at the point of having to attack or defend it yet. I've got just a little opener and I'm just getting a feel for it. And I've got somebody that's open-minded is all I've seen. Yeah, I'm sure there will be.
I thought we'd got to the end of this. Let's not do it a third time just because Eli dropped something out. Let's just move on.
What? If there's a bunch of people that believe something, I now want to know what it is that they believe. And of course, he pushed.
Why? Got affinity for belief structures, have you? Too harsh?
No, I think that's
Maybe a little.
How else did we get into flat Earth? There's all these other people talking about it. Oh, why are they talking about it? That's kind of how you learn new things. You can stumble across them on your own, or you hear other people talking about it, and you want to know more.
That's not my issue. My issue is with the
How's
word
she supposed
belief.
to find out about what it is that people are always believing if she doesn't look into it?
I think people are being too harsh on her because she's dead pretty.
That's what it is. That's what it is.
Oh, you're saying I'm going the other way. So hold on. He's had a jab, and I'm going to take that jab. So you're saying what? I look at her and think she's so beautiful, I must attack her.
Well, that's the feeling I'm getting.
By her beauty, her female beauty.
The feeling I'm getting.
In connection with her intelligence.
Yeah, the bottom line is that's what I got outraged initially in the pre-show about this Kyle's comment. Hold on. In the pre-show, I forget which, maybe at the beginning of the live show, his opener was to say she's a bit like a conspiracy theorist. Alex Jones was the comparison, and you're like, no. I've probably seen 2 or 3 videos of her, and I can tell how intelligent she is instantly, and how well researched she is instantly, and how well she's had to build her persona up so she can shut down interviewers who are being dicks with one hand movement. You're like, no, you don't get to that place unless you've got intelligence, integrity, good research skills. That's where you get to those. Not with a pretty face. It helps.
There's something to tell you as well, Nathan. Oh, hey, Tate. Sorry.
Yeah, Nathan, you are hard. You got to save the way you do things for the high priest of heliocentrism, not the people who are fooled by them, who are just talking. The word theory is not scientific to them. But when the high priest of heliocentrism come in, that's when we want that applied. When I'm talking to people and they use the word theory and they're now the high priest of heliocentrism, I said, what do you mean by that word? I don't jump all over their case because they don't know. You have to communicate and win them over with language that they feel like is, okay, I like talking to this person. But every time we get a video and it's not a high priest, you treat them as a high priest and attack them every time they use a simple word.
Okay, right, moving on, snowflakes.
Me on this.
No,
he was talking about the Earth curvature and science, and I said to him, listen, I'm not a flat earther. I'm not a round earther.
Let me quote that.
Go ahead.
Hey, I was trying to tell you, right, that Candace Owens does pre-recorded shows. So what she often does is in her live chat, I think her shows come out around 9 o'clock, around 8:30 or 9 o'clock UK. What she does is she is in her own live chat, right? Because it's pre-recorded, kind of like what you would do. So you could go there and maybe interact with her tonight on her show tonight. She normally has one every night, every weeknight. And say to her, listen, we did this review of you being critiqued for your flat earth, looking into the flat earth topic. And would it be okay to post it here, or would you be interested in listening to it?
Well, I can invite my audience to do exactly that, right? So this guy's responding to her video.
No, you go.
Why?
Because it's your channel we're on. My God.
I realise that.
mean,
I realise
no,
that.
Brian,
Okay.
Brian,
Hello,
he's a snowflake. Forget it.
Hello.
He's a snowflake.
Oh
He's
my
a snowflake.
God.
He's too
Hello,
scared.
trying to run a show
must be
here.
threatened
Thank
by
you.
her beauty.
No, not going to get to run the show. Yeah, what I've suggested as we started this was that the call to action might not just apply to secular talk. It might also apply to her. So I'm looking for the link to the video that he's responding to, which seems pretty clear he hasn't actually posted. But there we go. That's annoying.
Yeah, but that's no good to you because she won't see any of that because that's an old video. She has thousands and thousands of comments. I'm giving you a way of actually possibly interacting with her directly.
Sorry, Brian, weren't you set the task of finding out her contact info? How did you get on with that?
I couldn't get her info. I couldn't get it.
Okay, so
John
in the middle of a live stream, given that you know it's very difficult...
with her in her own live chat.
Yeah, I could do.
All right.
Thank you. While I'm running my own live stream, being told what I can do in my evening. Thank you so much. Yeah, wonderful. Yeah, I'd love to get in contact with her. Getting in touch with her in a bloody live stream is not my bag. Sorry.
Can't do it tonight. It's QE live anyway.
In any event, you're kind of missing the boat.
Hold on a second. This is something Mighty Mush could take care of. He was looking into it this morning. So Mighty Mush.
Thank you. We could deal with this admin for the next 10 minutes. Thank you. It's not like I've been trying to shut it down for 5 or anything. Bloody hellfire. No, what I want to do is get one of the mods to dig out the video link that he's responding to, as in the specific video that he's got up that he's talking about, so that we can put that link to her video in our show and do the same direct the audience to let her know that we've responded with this video. Because her name's in this title. This is the video that he's responding to. We're responding to him. We're about to get onto this Kyle guy in a second. But ultimately, all we've just responded to is her and her video, not him and his video. We will in a second. Therefore, it makes perfect sense to put both of those links. I just need one of the mods, because I can't dig it out on the fly, to get that link so I can post it and do a call to action for her video, as it is actually the one that's being responded to by him in this instance. Anyway, we're going to get into his response.
She won't see it. That's my point.
We could discuss this for 10 minutes.
That video is days
Bloody
old.
hellfire. So she's not going to see it, but I should spend my evening doing it. Thank you, Brian. You're really helping.
I am. I'm trying to. You don't. Nathan, she's got the third biggest podcast in the world.
Yeah, I get you. So you're saying while
Only
she's got 1,000 people in her... Yeah, thank you,
I'm trying
Brian.
to give you
Yeah,
a way of
okay, in the
directly
middle of my
interacting
live
with her.
stream, you're telling me what I should do in my evening and spend it in Candace Owens live chat. No, thank you. You can if you like. If I can get her contact info, I'll contact her. But in the meantime, we are responding to a video she's made. It will have a link. I can send the audience if you guys will tolerate not telling me what I'll do in my evening. Oh, by the way, can you give up some of your evening to help me with my book, Brian?
By the way, Eddie Bravo's still out there. You want to get on that too?
I've got his bloody phone number. I don't know why I'm in a bad mood. It was such a good start to the show. I've got coffee. I'm very happy. Suddenly things are going wayward. Let's just chill. Everyone stop. I just want one of the mods to dig out Candace Owens' video link so I can post it in the live stream chat. Can someone dig that out for me, please? Not the video responding to, the video he's responding to. Anything else on what Candace Owens just said, as opposed to what I can do in my evening, etc., etc.
You might need a J then, because we didn't hear it.
I was going to ask. You're feeling all right today?
I'm a what? I'm a what, Chocolate?
No, I said I was going to ask you, are you feeling all right today? Like, you seem like a little, I don't know, a little bit wound up a little bit. I don't know.
Yeah, I haven't had any caffeine for about a week. And today I got my coffee machine repaired by the guys on the panel with you. Okay, computer. It's fixed. So if I'm sounding a bit wired, it's because I've had consecutive multiple cups of coffee to get the grind right. And now I'm very, very hepped up on caffeine. But that's good.
Yeah,
I'm
but
still happy with
where
that.
do you get off calling me a snowflake?
Yeah, I mean, Candace Owens.
Take the volume and hit play.
Links, and I'm just reading them. I don't know. I'm just an interested person. No matter what, if there's a bunch of people that believe something, I now want to know what it is that they believe. And of course, he pushed me on this, and he was talking about the Earth curvature and science. And I said to him, listen, I'm not a...
If we're taking a positive approach and you're having a conversation with her, this is the point where I'd say, could I stop you there? 10 years ago, you might have been asking us that question, what do we believe? We'd like to show you what we know.
Yes, that's a much better segue than me critiquing her use of the word theory. Yes, we just want you to understand what is known about Earth being flat, as opposed to what we can disseminate or others have disseminated in various websites and articles about their beliefs. We can tell you how Earth is measured flat, as opposed to give you our beliefs on the matter.
Flat earther. I'm not a round earther.
Let me quote that. I'm not a flat earther. I'm not a round earther. I'm not a flat earther. I'm not a round earther. Oh,
Yeah, we heard it the first 3 times. Thanks.
oh, so you're agnostic on very, very basic scientific questions.
Does he know what agnostic means? Does he know what scientific questions are?
No.
No, he's ignorant.
Oh, by the way, should mention that he's also an atheist.
Oh, so he's a religious fundamentalist, then?
Yes.
Fair enough.
Yes, Adam.
But she's defined whether or not she's a flat earther or a globe earther, and he's used the word agnostic, a person who believes nothing is known or can be known about the existence or nature of God. How does describing yourself by stereotype, her own stereotype, as being either flat or round, what's that got to do with God?
She just said she got a response from a listener and she's looking into it and reading and researching. She doesn't know what she doesn't know until she knows it. And my gosh, this guy's nuts.
What about the other words he used? Scientific questions. What are they? There's only one
He's in a
scientific
category
question.
error.
Yeah, it's a category error. There's only one scientific question. What caused that? That's it. What caused that?
Exactly.
That's the only scientific question. You see something happening and go, what caused that? That's it. But he thinks this is a scientific question. Flat, an aspect. Round, a shape. Those aren't scientific questions. What a clown.
No, he's a clown because she's looking into it for the first time. She's doing research as best as she can. And he uses that premise to say she's an agnostic. Imagine going to him when he doesn't know something about any subject and say, okay, I want to answer right now. Well, I don't know how a carburetor works. Oh, so you must be an agnostic carburetor guy.
Yeah, it's a pseudo-intellectual comment where in actual fact, she's just saying, I'm open-minded as I'm approaching this topic. That's what... It's not a point of critique for somebody to say, I'm not this, I'm looking into it. I don't...
Hold on. Norway guy, can you go on mute? Norway. 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 Sorry, Adam.
No, Norway, can he go on mute? Like,
Not Norway. Not as in a Geordie, there's no way, as in he was called Norway.
I know.
Anyway, Pet, get on with it.
Yeah.
Was that it? Oh, okay.
Yeah, well, no, my only critique here is him trying to score points. I don't think that's something to hold her to task to. That's somebody describing they're open-minded.
Yeah, it's what you prefer, superchargers or turbochargers. Oh, I'm agnostic. What? Just a non sequitur stupid answer, and then he's put the entire false dichotomy that she's offered into a category error of scientific questions.
The real problem is that she's not around her. That's the real problem we have.
Yeah.
It's like, why is she not in the fold anymore? Quick, bring her back. That's what that is.
But as much as I might be accused of being too harsh on her, this whole round versus flat thing is just silly. You know, round and flat can be mutually inclusive. It's globular or sphere-shaped or ball earth as opposed to round. Round and flat can be inclusive terms
that are easily checkable.
What's the word for that, Adam? There's a word QE uses. I said mutually inclusive.
And mutually exclusive.
Synonymous.
Synonymous? It's just synonymous, isn't it?
It can be... No, it's not.
They're not synonyms.
Right. Round.
There's a different word. I'll have to ask QE next time I hear him. But it's not. They're not. Flat and round are not synonyms. But you know, they are mutually. They can be mutually inclusive. But there's a better term that QE uses. If you're not even can remember.
Mutually exclusive. Not mutually exclusive.
That's he says. He says it the other way around. He says they are not mutually exclusive. Yes, that's a much better way of putting it. Yeah, flat and round are not mutually exclusive. Yeah, I like that. That's much better.
And verifiable. How is this viewed as a serious perspective? God, the internet has ruined people's brains. I'm sorry.
Sorry, how is this viewed as a serious perspective? Interesting terminology, unbeknownst to yourself.
Yes.
Nevertheless, we won't get into that. Why would you, as a baseless assertion, insinuate that A, the internet has something to do with it? That's just a means of distribution of information, right or wrong. And why would you assume that this category would ruin people's brains? Again, poisoning the well.
Yeah. And projection.
Because
projection.
Only smart, because the only smart option is a globe. That's why, in his head.
But it's projection. I think whoever said that was right. He's rubbing his eyes because this is hurting his head. How can this person I like be looking at this nonsense? It hurts my brain. Oh, it's these stupid heads with their hurting brains.
Sorry, man.
Internet has ruined
I mean,
them,
Twitter
really
in a unique way has ruined people's brains. But the internet more broadly, like on the one hand, it's a blessing to have all the information available in the world at your fingertips.
And now he's going to contradict himself. Yeah, it's a distribution methodology of information. So it's very useful to have all the information. But her information that I don't like is nonsense that's poisoning people. Wow. Okay.
Fingertips any second of the day.
That's the whole thing that he doesn't like, that all the information's there. That's the challenge. He only wants little bits of the information to maintain his paradigm. The fact that all the information's there, that's what's useful about this data disseminating device, the internet. We've got access to all of the information, something we didn't have in the past.
I mean, it means there's also lots of wrong information, which you could also appeal to. Obviously, we'd need examples. We'd need to see. Maybe he'll offer some. We'll see.
Nathan, what he's doing is he's like that professor in the college class when the first year student comes in, and he knows more than that first year student and is always looking at that first year student as dumber than he is. And this is his nose up in the air and highbrow attitude.
But the funny thing is that he's critiquing her. Like, this video is made to critique her going over this information. Has he gone over this information himself, is the question.
We'll see. We don't know yet. We might find out what he does. We don't know yet.
On the other hand, guys, it's also fertile ground for charlatans and con men and frauds and people who are...
Hold up. He might have met a few people, eh?
Yes, that's true. Well, I don't want to generalize internally for no good reason, right? I know where you're going, but just don't. No, that's the world. The world has the means of people being charlatans. Yeah? As soon as they introduced the postal service, there was people who were using it for fraudulent means. As soon as you introduce telephones, there's people that use them for fraudulent means. You introduce the internet, people are going to use it for fraudulent means. Yes, there's charlatans in the world. The internet, this non sequitur that he's connecting these two things together is completely non sequitur.
But he's also setting himself up as the baseline backstop for what is a charlatan and what is not, by the way he said it.
Yeah, we already covered that. He's poisoning the well, yes.
Super charismatic, but just wrong. I mean, you can convince people of anything if you package it in a clever way. And
what is it with all these baseless assertions?
No, that was a good one. Like you live on a globe and it's spinning and gravity. Yeah, you could really fool people with a lot of baseless things.
Yeah, but it's a baseless generalization, isn't it?
Yeah, but it's him. He just replay that part and think what a glober is actually saying here.
People who are super charismatic, but just wrong. I mean, you can convince people of anything if you package it in a clever way. And a lot of people will just fall for it, hook, line, and sinker. That's what we're looking at.
Super charismatic, Neil deGrasse Tyson, package it in a clever way. Yeah, welcome to False Globe.
Neil deGrasse swimming in the...
Somebody's causing audio chaos.
Sorry, that was me. There was some hammering in the back. I said, it sounds like Neil deGrasse Tyson talking about how, somebody could win a debate just by personality and charisma, as opposed to having objective facts like he does. This guy sounds like he's going in that direction.
Well, no, it's about personalities. It's about people's charisma. Hold on. I'm surprised Brian hasn't piped up yet. It's always immediate personal attacks. It's about the people and their charismatic nature and how well they can con others. Well, we don't try and con anybody. We're trying to explain how Earth is measured. Elevation angles, baselines that are flat, navigation distances that match with flat planes, correction tables that give you flat Earth only as an option at the end of it. We're describing how Earth is measured flat, and you're describing how charismatic maybe I, as a flat earther, am. Does it matter would it matter if I sang it? Doesn't matter if I sing it.
Yeah, your facts don't matter, man. As long as you could say these absolutely verifiable facts in a nice posh voice and make it come off all swell, then you're a charlatan, according to this guy. You know what I mean?
Yeah, Brian.
It's just character assassination. He can't take on board seriously how he could be wrong. It's not about what other people are looking into or have learned or haven't learned or have been fooled or haven't been fooled, is that he can't take on board even the possibility that he might be wrong. That's what's wrong with him.
We're not done yet.
And he was talking about the Earth curvature and science. And I said to him, listen, I'm not a flat earther. I'm not a round earther. Actually, what I am is I am somebody who has left the cult of science. I have left the mega church of science.
Yeah, this is the beginning part of the video that I watched that Brian recommended. We need that link, Brian, so I can post this link. Do you remember that video that you shared with me?
It's probably in where it's probably in. I can get it for you. It's not. I'll get it for you.
Did you share it with me personally?
I possibly did. Yeah, that's the first place I looked.
Yes, it is. Yeah, right. I'm glad I figured out which video it was now. It's because we didn't actually cover it on the live stream itself when we did cover it. Pass this out.
Freedom. It's a giant open universe where.
Okay, right.
All right, guys.
So I'm going to do another call to action. Bear with me, guys, in G+ and Discord. This is the video that this guy is actually responding to. Why I left this religion, Candace, episode 16. And I'm going to do the same call to action as I did previously, but for this video rather than the reactionary video that we were covering a second ago. We will go back to that video. But what I want the audience to do in this instance is a bit bizarre because we normally only recommend one videographer per video. But in this case, we're recommending the original video and the person who's reacting to it. But the video that's going by in the live stream chat now is the original video, which is Candace Owens' video, Why I Left This Religion, Candace, episode 16. So please let her know. Nathan Oakley sent me because he responded to Secular Talk, or something to that effect. So I literally encourage the 100+ people that are in the live stream chat right now to click on that link, go and let her know. Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me. It doesn't matter if it's the same video that we covered a couple of weeks ago. And just let her know. Let her know that we've responded to, keep getting his name wrong, Secular Talk. By clicking on that link, Nathan Oakley sent me. Secular Talk did a response, and Nathan Oakley covered it, just to let you know, or something like that. And hopefully, you know, points are in the direction of our critique of him. Okay? Hopefully people have done that, and that's given them a little bit of time to actually click on her video and go and speak to it, even though it's not necessarily the video we're covering today. Right, let's move on. We'll have a little bit more to listen to her.
Because what I have now realized is that science, what it is actually, if you think about it, is a pagan faith.
No. Science is a method. It's a methodology that establishes cause for phenomena you observe in nature. It has a method. The method is called, surprisingly, the scientific method. The scientific method is as follows. Step 1, observe natural phenomena, also known as the dependent variable. So, observe natural phenomena. Step 1, look at something happening in nature and ask, why did that happen? Step 2, formulate a hypothesis. That is to say, you've already got half of your hypothesis, because half of your hypothesis is the dependent variable, the naturally occurring phenomena that you are studying. The other half is your presumed cause of the phenomena you are trying to induce. That's called an independent variable. It is that which you can physically manipulate as a researcher and must be real to try and induce the effect that you're studying. Alongside the null, which is the zero difference result. So if you vary your independent variable, it will not induce the effect. So that's a hypothesis. If A, then B is your alternative hypothesis. If A, not B, is your null, zero difference result. An experiment, or hypothesis actualization, is exactly as the name suggests, an actualization of your hypothesis. So you will vary that which you presume will cause the thing you are studying to see if it causes the thing you are studying upon variation. So you vary and manipulate that which you think will cause the effect and see if it causes the effect or not. If it does not, you prove your null. If A, not B, tick, proven. If you cause the effect, you prove your alternative. If A, then B, tick, proven. In both instances, you prove something. Ergo, the method itself is empirical. It has an empirical outcome inbuilt into the method. You will either prove your alternative, that is to say, prove the cause of the effect, that's what you desire, or don't prove it, that's to say, you validate your null. That is science. It's not a cult, it's based in logic, it's empirical, and it has advanced humanity. Most of the technology we are currently communicating on only exists as a result of scientific endeavours, actualization of hypothesis, theory construction. That's science.
Maybe we should.
Go ahead.
Maybe we should direct her to exactly what it is that she really means, which is pseudoscience.
Yes. What she's saying is perfect. If she just substituted the word science for pseudoscience. What I've come to believe, what I've come to recognise, is that science is some pagan nonsense cult. Now, while I wouldn't necessarily buy that unless she backed it, yeah, the sentiment is right on. But she used the word science. She's throwing the baby out with the bathwater.
Pseudoscience isn't correct either. It's recognizing that it's pseudoscience is part of identifying the cult that she's highlighting. She's not talking about a methodology here. She's talking about a way in which things are presented to the populace. Yeah, this title of science, yeah, she's using it as we critique it. Now, whether she knows the definition that's just given to you, yeah, she's not referring to that. She's referring to what we do. Just like here comes the science, and how all of this is a paganistic cult. I think it's a way of portraying a non-godly worldview that as a foundation. And that's the point she's making. Whether or not she recognizes the nuance of what pseudoscience is or not, I don't. She's picked the wrong word, but I think the point she's making is probably in a line with us.
Right. I think she's identified a appeal to consensus fallacy, and she's just wording it wrong.
Well, yeah. What's wrong is that she doesn't realize that actual science is the establishment of natural cause and natural effect relationships via scientific method, which is a method that is designed to exclude human fallibility. It's designed, once you follow it, you will only get an empirical outcome. That is not what she thinks science is. What she has in her head, the science is all the rubbish that they promote and label as science. The definition of pseudoscience is that anything that does not go through scientific method.
And
so
it's named
all the stuff she's talking about.
Well, I think the specific. There's one more nuance. Hold on, Adam. There's one more nuance. You're right, Brian. That is correct. There's one little more nuance to that definition, which is to say it has to be claimed to be science. So if you say the science of Timotei hair shampoo, well, that would be pseudoscience because you're claiming that it's science when there hasn't been an application of the scientific method.
So that's my point. I think she's one much bigger step ahead of that in recognizing that some of the medical procedures that have been mandated over the past few years were portrayed as science. I think she's at that level to recognize that wasn't science. It was a misuse of it. I think she's that far ahead. I think she's a bit better than just Timotei. She recognizes the foul abuse of that word in society. That's right. She's been talking about previously, discovering.
Sure. This is the distinguishment, isn't it? It's the foul use of that word rather than what she's describing as the foul sciences and the foul scientists. It's like, no, science and scientists, they're very different things. Men in white coats who talk about things or do group studies, they're not scientists. People who apply the scientific method, they're scientists. When they say they've applied the scientific method by labeling whatever group study they've done as the science of whatever it is they're punting, it's a recognition that unless it's been through the scientific method, it isn't science. Therefore, they're just hijacking the term as opposed to science has lied to us. It hasn't. People have used the term because it means empirically proven when they haven't got empirical proof. It is that simple.
Let me put it this. Let me throw it this. This will help. If Candace happens to hear this, Anthony Fauci, I could guarantee you, he knows what scientific method is, right? But he doesn't use it. So when he says something is science, knowing that that this thing has not been put through the scientific method, he is lying, and he knows it, that it's not science. Now, there's other people out there who don't know it, and they're promoting things as science when they're not science, like astrophysics and other things like that. People who don't know what science is. But someone like Anthony Fauci definitely knows what science is. So if he says something is science, right, then you can directly ask him what his dependent variable was, which is what show us the hypothesis that went through a scientific method, and he won't be able to show it yet because he didn't, because he never did it. But
Right.
he knows what it is because he has to, because of his position, because of what he is.
You say if she's listening, well, I've just put the link to this video. So if you do want to let Candice know that we are responding to one of her detractors and hopefully genning her up in terms of where science proves and where pseudoscience that has been incorrectly ascribed to some of the nonsense that we've been peddled over the last 100 years isn't science. That's what we're hoping for.
Nathan, I got a video in the Master B for you. It's appropriate.
Okay, well, we're covering this video at the minute, so just hang fire.
No, it's for this moment. It's Michio Kaku. Come on, man.
You make observations, you have a theory, you go make more observations, and it's a very, very tedious process. Wrong. Nobody that I know of in my field uses the so-called scientific method. In our field, it's by the seat of your pants. It's leaps of logic. It's guesswork. It's guesswork. It's guesswork.
Exactly.
God. Oh my God. Science is just a method to determine the truth. It's a method to determine the truth. It's not a pagan faith.
Yeah, he's right.
Yeah, but he doesn't know the method.
He doesn't know the method, but you don't need to highlight that, Brian. He doesn't know what it actually is, but he's saying it correctly. At face value, he's absolutely correct.
The cult of science. Oh, have you, Candace? Well, I got news for you. It has not left you. Why do I say that? Look at this tweet. This is a brilliant tweet. Quote, "I've left the cult of science," she declared, on her live stream sent over high-speed internet while speaking into a sound amplification device.
Sorry. Oh, well, now you now you can say he's a moron that doesn't understand what the scientific method is. Because he thinks communication devices and amplification units are science. Go ahead, lads, you feel free.
Yeah, people don't know the difference between technology and science. It's a shame.
You want to go, Adam? Or where do I go?
I was happy just to laugh.
Yeah, because it just showed he's there. He's there trying to critique Candice. Sorry, that's your fault, Nathan. Candace. He's there trying to critique Candace Owens, right, on her science acumen, and he doesn't have any. Right? He seemed like he knew what he was talking about at first. Then he brings up amplification and communication devices and technology. Yes, the basis of a lot of these things in technology, the technology we have today, does come from actual proven hypotheses in disciplines like quantum mechanics. Yes, but that doesn't make your iPhone science. Your iPhone is just technology, not science. You can't put your iPhone through scientific method.
Right.
So this guy is an epic bonehead.
Yeah, he's a clown. Yeah. At face value, first sentence, yeah, it's just a method. It's not a cult. Yeah, absolutely correct. And she's tweeting about leaving the cult when she's using an iPhone. That's technology. That's not science. That's not the establishment of cause and effect. That's not a naturally occurring phenomenon. That's not hypothesis construction. That's not hypothesis actualization. That's not theory construction. That's not science. Clown shoes.
Staring at a laptop computer and drinking from a vessel designed to keep hot and
Sorry, a vessel designed to keep hot. You think a thermos is science? Wow.
In cold liquids at their original temperature.
Original temperature? So what was the original temperature? Anyway, let's not get into the nitty-gritty. Thermos is not science, you clown.
No, but it's interesting he brings it up because what he's actually referring to there is the creation of the thermos is based around natural law. The very thing that debunks his heliocentric paradigm. Where,
Okay,
how can you have temperature?
that was appalling, but I'm going to go with it just because I'm in a good mood. So what you're saying is, because there's a vacuum between the two layers in a thermos, therefore it's exploiting the second law of thermodynamics by way of heat transfer or the inability for heat transfer. Therefore, its basis, technologically speaking, is in the second law of thermodynamics, not science, natural law. And that natural law, man, I'm going to butcher this segue so badly, is also the same natural law that applies to their sky vacuum that would leave us with no gas to breathe because gas would fill the area of volume, aka vacuum, the same as in the thermos. Yeah, Brian? That was terrible.
Yeah, but the point... Is that Adam?
That's you.
But the point being is that within his paradigm, right, for that temperature to be created, right, how is that possible when there is no barrier between the surface of the Earth and this vacuum that he thinks exists? It would not be possible for temperature to be created within his paradigm. You require a container for gas pressure, temperature, and vacuum. He's claiming all three within his paradigm, right? Within the paradigm he's promoting, he's claiming all three without any sort of containment for either, for any of them.
Okay, so you're saying it's three-pronged. It's pressure, second law of thermodynamics, heat, also second law of thermodynamics, and what was the other one?
Vacuum, which is also a second law of which is the second and third, yeah, vacuum.
Right.
Containment, fundamentally, for all of those things to be able to be applied, be it a thermal barrier or whatever, we're talking about gas behavior and the creation of vacuum and having gas next to a vacuum. And that to do that, you need containment of the two different pressures.
Two containers.
It's worse. It's worse than that. Don't miss the very fact that he said heat. What degrees is the heat applied and water boiling? Does that have to go through the scientific method? And then he misses the whole thing.
Guys, we all know a closed thermos is an open system.
That's right.
I don't use science, bro. I don't even believe it.
Yeah, what you're doing, buffoon, is making you look like a clown and monkey. Yeah, this monkey act while you talk about technology and hint that she's dumb for not knowing what science is. You've just exposed you as a complete clown.
Science and stuff, bro. I believe in shitty theories posited on Reddit forums from 2017 by a
Sorry, what? This is another poisoning the well, stereotyping, and ad hom fallacy.
Fat dude in his underwear in his mom's basement. Bro.
And projection.
Can we?
Because that is what he'll use to support his ball earth, the stuff produced by dudes in their mum's basement in their underwear. That we know that that's where the anti-fat earth rhetoric comes from. So
he'll fit right in.
Can we stop with this? Can we stop with this?
Yeah, that's the real meaning behind this, isn't it? Share your pain. Oh, make it stop! Make it stop!
Look, I
Dear
will
Father
acknowledge.
in heaven, let us please gather, share our knowledge of a non-moon landing, but let us not discuss the nature of the surface. Let it not be an argument with us. Yeah, pain all the time.
Pain.
Yesterday, today.
That's just pain. They want to project that pain out by calling people dumb and pretending that they're monkeys. No, this is your pain. Yeah, we figured that out 3 years ago.
Knowledge. Flirting with conspiracy theories is fun.
Why does he keep using this word flirting? While I joked, right, about the panel having holding a candle for Candace Owens. I don't actually think that's the case. But when people use these words like flirting, that to me is a tell, right? This guy feels offended by somebody that he's sexually attracted to flirting with an idea that he disapproves of. You know, that's a telling use of the word flirting. Second time he's used it.
As fuck. And in fact...
And blasphemy and swearing. Don't need to...
Well, don't
Go
forget. Don't forget he used monkey. Well, that's evolution.
Well, the thing is that what we know from people like him is that when any female comes into this arena and she is anyway naive, especially if she's attractive, all the anti-flat earthers, they can't wait to try and correct her. And, you know, because she's flirting with the idea that it's not a globe. They can't wait to do it. They swarm her. That's what they do, right? Because she's flirting with the idea. Because they all have a little thing for her, whoever she might be, but they want to correct her. Because it's like they like her, but she's making them not like her because she's not going along with their paradigm. She's not in the fold like they need her to be.
I'll go as far as to say there are some things that were viewed as quote-unquote conspiracy theories, which turned out to be true. It turned out to be real. You know, Operation Northwoods.
Complete non sequitur. Move on.
The Bay of Pigs. There's a lot of things that...
Not conspiracy.
Yeah, it's not a conspiracy. It's how Earth's measured.
Yeah.
Complete non sequitur.
I left a comment about this in Candace Owens' chat in our comments underneath the video, is that if you measure your hallway to be 16 foot long, is that a conspiracy? It's not. It's a measurement. Measurements aren't conspiracies. So
you know,
if we have
didn't get the
measurements
truth
of the
in the
Earth,
moment.
then sorry, I'm just saying if we have measurements of the Earth, then how can it be a conspiracy?
It isn't. The trick was making people believe it was a conspiracy so that they can believe that the standard rhetoric fare of a globe is the normality. Therefore, anything anti that must be deemed conspiracy. Because we know we're on a sphere. We've been taught it from birth, and we're all of this rhetoric. Make it stop, make it stop. You're a conspiracy theorist.
And then later on, in retrospect, you come to realize, oh, we were lied to. This thing that people said wasn't true actually is true. But there are also plenty examples of the opposite.
Yeah, don't make it so. Don't let it be a flat earth. I can't. Just there's plenty that weren't true. Let it be one of them. Share your pain.
There's also plenty examples of the conspiracy theorists just being fucking idiots and losers.
Yeah, this is all about the individuals. It doesn't matter what I am. It really doesn't make any difference to how Earth is measured. Come on, Brian.
Exactly. Yeah, it makes no difference whether you're a good or bad guy. Airplanes still fly as they fly, which is as a horizontal, parallel with mean sea level, which is also a horizontal.
I cannot get any pain-numbing confirmation bias from analysing the fact that the Earth's measured flat. In fact, it'll cause more. If I just look at you and call you stupid, I can carry on not dealing with facts. And that's all he's doing, isn't it? It's just attacks.
It's about the person. It's about Candice being a bit like Alex Jones. It's about these crazy crackpots on Reddit, sweaty guys in their basement. No. It's about how Earth is measured, how it's mapped, navigated, built upon. Those are the measurements of Earth. They're all flat. And further to that, the globe religion is based on those measurements. It's an extrapolation of those measurements. In order to have a globe, you must measure Earth flat. Now, you don't know that. Very few people do. But it is the fact of the matter.
And weirdos and wrong.
This guy, sorry,
that's
Nathan,
also a
second.
thing.
Go on, sorry.
Sorry, quickly. This guy is in danger of becoming the heckler in the audience, heckling the well-known comedian on the stage with the microphone. Candace has the third biggest podcast in the world. Who's got the bigger voice? If he thinks, like, how can he attack, like, how can you attack someone that's that big when you don't even have anything that actually disproves them. Do you know what I mean? The heckler in the audience shouting at the comedian. What's going to happen? Go on, Adam.
He thinks he does, doesn't he? He thinks that she doesn't understand what science is. He's just presented his critique of her understanding of science, something we've cross-critiqued. Yeah? But he genuinely thinks that she's wrong.
Yeah.
Now, it is substanceless, admittedly, and showing him to have a very, very poor understanding of the term science. But even though he started out quite well, yeah, that's what I'm critiquing here. I don't think it's...
Well, no, I can't even say he started off quite well. I mean, come on, bro. He's been poisoning the well from the beginning, but on top of that, he's a bigot because she literally didn't say anything other than I was just reading something.
I only say
and we got this whole critique from him out of just her saying that.
Yeah, I only said that because he started off by saying science is a method. Obviously, and he went downhill from there.
Well, what actually happened basically through all of this is Candace Owens has triggered this guy. He has come on triggered onto his own show, his own video, and he spent basically most of the video character assassinating people that she might be willing to interact with, trying to character assassinate her, the stereotyping fallacy, basically through the whole lot of it, and then not what I notice is like all of these people not being able to add any substance as to why Candace Owens might be wrong, with the exception of appealing incorrectly to technology as science, showing that he doesn't know what he's talking about.
Thing, you know, why are we pretending in this new internet age that what? Anytime anybody says something that bucks the establishment narrative, it is by definition correct? No.
So who was saying that exactly?
That's straw man.
Straw man fallacy? Yeah, sorry, you were the way ahead of me.
She never said anything like that. She never, at one time, never has Candace Owens came out and tried to say, every time anyone says that that doesn't go along with the norm is correct. She never said that.
That's its own version of brainworms. That's its own version of dogmatism. It is a counterculture that has become just its own mainstream culture, right? Like, and this is where this comes from with Candace Owens. It's this idea.
Right. Upward inflection is him seeking confirmation. He's appealing to his audience to confirm this for him, isn't he?
Did he
reach out?
Did he say establishment narrative should not be challenged?
Right.
Yes, that's basically what he said, Tent. Yeah, don't be challenging the establishment. That's basically what he wants to have happen.
Yeah, don't meddle with the status quo.
The establishment is lying to you. Therefore, now let's go reevaluate like whether or not fucking gravity is real. Like that's where this goes.
Let's do that.
Yeah, let's do that right now.
You will lose, buddy. Do you know what?
This guy's really triggered.
Let's not talk over each other just one at a time. 10th, then Adam. Go ahead.
No, just the way he inflected, used the curse word, he is really triggered. What she didn't do anything but say, look, I'm just doing a little research here, and he is over the top triggered by someone even looking into his subject.
Brian. Adam, rather.
I go after Adam.
All I was saying, interesting, the topic he picked. All our ears pricked up and laughed. Yeah. Okay, let's go straight there. That's his solid. We've got to question gravity now. Yes, mate. First of all, what is gravity, son? Your claim, not mine.
Well, we will go through it, but Brian, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to agree with Adam there. Exactly, Adam, and Tent. But what I would point out is that it's only been very, very, very recent times, and Candace Owens points this out, according to her, to her husband, where the whole world has been led to believe something that wasn't true. And he's attacking her as if she's just some random conspiracy theorist. Whereas she's just pointing out that the establishment he's referring to, have proven outright within the past 4 years to be willing to tell you anything to get you to go along with a narrative, and be willing to employ any tactics they need to do, heavy-handed or whatever, to make sure that you do go along with that narrative.
But moreover, lie about science.
It's not as if my point is, it's not coming out of her quest for information on these other topics is not coming out of the blue. You know what I mean? It's not some random thing she just decided to do. I think I'll be a conspiracy theorist. She didn't decide to just do something like that. She's been given good reason not to trust the establishment that he's telling her she should trust.
Right, but we are going to take apart gravity. Does anybody have it? I thought one of the three of you would actually do that because we all laughed our heads off.
Well, which of the 5 gravities
Perfect start.
is he referring to?
Let's just do that the other way around. Which of the 5, Brian?
Well, I don't know which of the 5 gravities he's referring to. It could either be incorrectly termed Newtonian force of attraction between claimed masses. It could be Einsteinian general relativity. It could be quantum gravity, which is on the way to remove general relativity. It could be electric gravity, made up by flat earthers, and or it could be specific gravity. The only of the 5 that actually can be proven through scientific method, and its correct name is actually relative density.
Perfect.
So I don't know which of the 5 he's referring to.
Well, let's just assume that he's only reached high school level education in the sciences, and therefore he is under the misapprehension that gravity is a force of mass that attracts another mass, which would be a 109-year out-of-date high school level pseudoscience from Newton, which is to say it was superseded by Einsteinian bent pseudo-Riemannian force space-time 109 years ago. Now, mass doesn't attract mass, first of all. If it did, gas wouldn't be expanding in all directions. It has mass and is not attracted to the giant mass of Earth. In fact, it comes out of the ground and expands away from it. It's under containment, as opposed to having a sky vacuum that it's not expanding into in violation of a natural law we discussed earlier with thermoses, with your baseless nonsense about thermoses being science. Anyway, moving back on. Let's get this train wreck back on the rails. Hold on.
Yeah.
So 109-year out-of-date rhetoric of mass attracting mass debunked by second law of thermodynamics. That's gas behavior. Gas isn't attracting other gases. It's fundamentally unbonded and has elastic collisions, defying Newtonian mass attracting mass. Furthermore, the conceptual geometry of a fourth dimension that bends, invented on paper by Einstein, is not a phenomena we can observe in the reality that we actually experience. Definitely not science. It also, quote Brian Cox, is not a force, end quote.
Well, mass is technically just a description. And it's technically there's pre-Einstein and post-Einstein definitions for mass. And then there's the definition for mass in chemistry that Adam would be aware of, being a pharmacist. So pre-Einstein is mass is giving weight via force of gravity. Post-Einstein is mass is a quantitative measure of inertia. So what's mass? Technically, what is it? What is mass? Can you show me this mass that you're claiming?
No,
it's just a description.
Let's just keep it flowing. What they'll actually do, if you got somebody who is reasonably bright, would give you one of two definitions. They'd either give you the definition of mole, or they give you the definition of inertia.
Yeah, and exactly. Mole is calculation, and inertia is a description of something that has weight. So there's no point in telling me about the mass being given weight. You know what I mean? It's you have to start with something already having weight. Within that. Because that's the point. Post-Einstein mass already just has weight. It has nothing to do with gravity. Pre-Einstein mass is given weight via force of gravity.
Meanwhile, while the definition of mass, while it might not be forthcoming and will be an equivocation fallacy, there is no naturally occurring phenomena, and the description invented by Einstein of a fourth dimension simply doesn't exist in physical reality. There is no phenomena occurring, there is no gravity. Relative density disequilibrium descriptions can be ascribed to a further definition of gravity, which would be specific gravity. But that is, as described, merely an elaboration on the effects of buoyancy, which we've had since Archimedes. Furthermore, quantum gravity, total pseudoscience, ascribed by hijacking the valour of the actual science of quantum mechanics. Last but by no means least, the electrostatic incoherent dielectric accelerative forces invented by flat earthers to juxtapose the nonsense of a non-phenomena based gravity that globers have and isn't required when gas doesn't attract to the centre of mass. We don't have a direction-based world, we have a density-based world with a medium that might be specific to whatever you are relative to that medium. That's described by Archimedes quite satisfactorily with buoyancy. Moving on.
That's specific gravity as well, Nathan.
What was one I missed?
No, that's what you just said there that is also specific gravity is.
Yeah, I said that.
Yeah. So we're just actually, specific gravity is a scale based on the density of just pure water. So you're measuring the densities of other mediums as a scalar function of pure water. So it's just a way, again, all based on the weight and volume of water, and then the weight and volume of the others. But instead of just expressing it as weight and volume density, it's a description of how buoyant something is with respect to water.
Meanwhile, both the gravities that are heliocentric in nature are debunked. There is no naturally occurring phenomena for Einsteinian bent space-time, and Einsteinian space-time superseded mass-attracting mass, which is debunked by gas behaviour. Let's move on.
One last thing.
I'm on gravity specifically, right?
Yeah, one last thing is that buoyancy is the very thing that they needed to hijack to begin with. Well, because buoyancy was the thing that completely debunked their claims. Not Newton, people after him, CV boys and different people like that, debunked the claim that there is a downward attracting force. Because buoyancy shows that there is two vectors. There is a down and an up. So it depends on the density of the medium that the object or substance resides in, and the differential of those densities between the object and the medium, or the substance and the medium, whether that substance or object will go up or go down. So in air, most things go down because most things are more dense than air. But there's things that go down in air that will go up in water. And change the medium to something else. Honey, mercury, an anvil, a blacksmith's anvil will go down in air really fast and hard. But in mercury, it'll go up. There's no down for the anvil in mercury because it's a density differential. That's what buoyancy is. And that's the very thing they had to hijack to even start inserting gravity into people's minds, because people will see things like helium balloons going up and steam going up and stuff and go, all right, gravity, when it's not what they were claiming at all. They needed to take they needed to take Archimedes' principle and insert it into what they were calling Newtonian physics, when Newton didn't reference Archimedes at all. Never. None of them referenced each other. There's 1900 years of a span between them. So the whole thing is a fraud. There's only buoyancy. That's it.
Right. It's been invented it's a band-aid to overcome the notion of being antipodal on a spherical surface in a sky vacuum where gas isn't dispersing. It's just band-aid after band-aid. That's all it is.
Reminds me of the people who they take a healthy skepticism of big pharma.
So we're on to big pharma and people's opinions. Yeah? What people think of big pharma. Okay?
And not science, then.
Yeah, exactly.
And they turn it into, like, I'm just anti-modern medicine. Right?
Okay. Well, we're not. What do you do for a living, Adam? I don't normally lean on this, but as he specifically made a mockery of us as conspiracy theorists by stereotype as being against modern medicine. What do you do, Adam, again?
I pimp for big pharma.
You're a what? What are you?
Pharmacist.
You're a pharmacist? All right. So this stereotype fails miserably then.
Yeah, specifically here. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, a fail. Total fail, my friend. Yeah. There's a guy on the panel that knows infinitely more than everybody watching about this subject and works in the industry, but you're going to tar us with this brush of being anti-medicine. No. When it comes to people claiming science about specific medicines, and there isn't any, we'll highlight that fact with total immunity to any censorship, because they are demonstrable facts when we point out that there is no scientific validity if there has been no adherence to the scientific method. It is that simple.
Right. No, you can be skeptical of big pharma, namely...
Oh, can I? Oh, thank you for your permission. Oh, that's so kind. Why? Because you're so educated in this subject, are you? What a joke.
Well, Nathan, I wonder if this guy would have taken the same tone concerning big pharma 3 years ago, or would he have attacked Candace Owens for looking into big pharma 3 years ago and not trusting them 3 years ago, or would he have told Candace Owens just trust the science? That stupid term 3 years ago.
Can I just have a bit of
likely.
Can I have a bit of a chuckle about something? It's a slight aside note, but it just made me. It was amusing to me. Do any of you watch the Scammer Payback and Hoax Hotel and people like that are basically catching out Indian scammers? Has anybody ever seen one of those? Just say yes.
Hell yeah. Yes.
Right. One of those recently in the last couple of days I watched on a shorts video. Just somebody doing an amusing little bit from one of their presumably 3-hour stints of trying to catch a scammer out. And the scammer's trying to get this person to do something, and they're playing dumb. So he's like, this is the Indian scammer going, are you stupid? Don't you understand? Are you vaccinated? And as soon as he said it, I'm like, oh, so to you, this is a smear against Westerners and how dumb they are. I was like, how amusing that you would just include this into your, are you stupid, dumb Englishman / American / insert Western world culture here. I'm like, this is just your slur against us now. That's what it's become. I'm like, oh, how the tables have turned. How interesting.
I also want to note that I'd say about 8 years ago, he was against Big Pharma. So I don't know who this man is now.
Who knows?
The issue with regards to that, guys, is it's kind of a layman's. If you're going to have, why are you against Big Pharma? What would your critique be? I would suggest that those in my profession are probably some of the biggest anti-Big Pharma. Yeah, because they see what's going off, they see how things are run now. Yeah, it requires knowledge if you're going to do this, and this is doesn't exclusively mean you have to be a pharmacist, but you do have to have the knowledge to critique why. That's just another bandwagon he's jumping on there, and I bet he couldn't critique it or even cite why it should be supported.
Right, most people can't when they're like pro or anti anything. It doesn't necessarily have to be pharmaceutical in nature. Most people who are pro something, if you actually drill them and grill them down on what their affinity is based on, they don't know. So like you say, if you were to criticise this guy and say, well, why would you support it or decry it? He probably wouldn't be able to defend either position. Now, in this instance, it's a stereotyping fallacy. When people just say, I'm anti-Big Pharma, you're like, what you're saying, if you put it in those terms, is so baseless and so generalised as to be meaningless. It's like, well, what are you anti-plaster of Paris and bandages? What are you talking about? You know, the idea that you can just generalise all of this stuff into one big batch. It's like, no, you look at treatments and you study them, and this is common sense for me. There's nothing to do with people's general perception of these big industries now, for whatever reason. You know, for however long it's been the case, generally speaking, I've been keen to research most things. And you just look into them, where most people don't. They're headline readers at best. Sometimes not even that. They'll parrot the rhetoric they've
How
heard
about kids
secondhand from
eating
someone
lead
else.
paint?
Go ahead, Neil. Say again.
How about kids eating lead paint? When have you ever seen a kid eating paint chips? The answer is never.
Okay. I'll carry on.
They sold that story to get rid of the lead in the paints, and now the houses no longer are insulated. And notice how many more people are getting cancer.
Okay, that's general. Okay, I'm just going to move straight past that, Neil.
Profit motive in all of our.
Before you do, the point is kind of making there is if you're not with Big Pharma, or if you've got some opposition to Big Pharma, suddenly you wouldn't even have antibiotics if you got a bad infection. That's the level of hysteria. That as soon as you accept that there's something wrong, you're a conspiracist and you reject all of it. That's what he's implying here, that our minds are so shallow that as soon as somebody goes Big Pharma, you go, oh yeah, I disagree with certain aspects of it, then you reject all medicine out of hand.
Yeah, it's an all or nothing fallacy. Just identified the fallacy, you're right. It's an all or nothing fallacy, isn't it, Adam?
Better summary than mine, yeah.
Go ahead, Eli. Hold on, Brian. Just one sec. Go ahead, Eli. Then Brian.
All of this from, again, Candace Owens saying, hey, I'm not a flat earther. I'm not a round earther. I was just reading some stuff. And I'm not just going to be a part of this culture that appeals to the authority. Now, see, I've read into her words a little bit the way that he's read into her words. But if you do watch her content, what I'm saying is a lot more accurate. It's just crazy that he'd go on this entire rant. And the only reason he can go on this entire rant is because he's a bigot. He's been indoctrinated. And so he doesn't even have to talk to Candace Owens. He's talking to an ideology or like what?
Yeah, it's generalizing and stereotyping is what you're driving at here. And he's throwing it out to his audience to share his own pain. I hope that was a good summary of what you were driving at. I'm going to move on. No, sorry, Brian's got last.
Yeah, I just wanted just for balance. I think that people have a very good reason in the year of 2024 to not trust general medicine and big pharma because they were given a massive reason in recent years. So I would say, yeah, you can't throw everything out, but unfortunately, people like Adam are not trusted by the public because what happened is because Adam is going to be stereotyped because what happened is during the COVID era, there was so much of every pharmacy, every doctors, every hospital, every medical unit everywhere had to adhere to the same narrative, whether they wanted to or not. And they had to do it or else lose their licenses, etc. And a lot of them didn't know whether it was the right or wrong thing to do. Some of them knew it was right, or some of them knew it was wrong, but they couldn't do anything about it.
Right, sorry, Brian, I'm going to have to stop you. Stop.
Just don't
right, Brian,
trust.
Yeah, Brian, you may not be aware of this, but what you're saying is skirting dangerously close to a line I don't want skirting. You don't know why, and I don't want to explain.
Okay.
Up until that point, we were doing really well. Yeah. Ultimately speaking, when it comes to subjects of this nature, we have been saying the same thing for, 7 years? It related to this immediately when it happened, and I'm being vague intentionally, but we told people back then to assess these things generally when claimed to be science with the exact same standard that we have claimed to and have exercised with the ballers when they claim science for the ball. If you're claiming science, it means it's gone through the scientific method. If it hasn't, it isn't. Now, there are plenty of different subjects. I like to make it nice and general with things like Tate and Dunlop tyres. We've done the science, they've got the best grip. No, you haven't. You've tested them. You've done maths. But because you've done a test, that means it's a scientific test, an actualization of a hypothesis. That's a test in science, also known as an experiment. But if you can call your experiments you've done on your tyres, that's tests, science, then people think you've proven their grip capabilities. If you can say, here comes the science part, when you're talking about how shiny your hair will be with shampoo, people believe that you've empirically validated the shininess that will be achieved if you buy it. It's a scam, because they're not putting their claims through the scientific method. and that can be applied unilaterally to anybody that's claiming science. Now, I said earlier 99% of it won't have been through the scientific method. Well, QE's actually done the research to give a more accurate rendition of how many have been through the scientific method when you start typing in claim to be scientific papers. And it's more like 0.1% have actually been through the scientific method. If you go through peer review papers that are claimed to be science and just type in the words independent or dependent variable on a quick search, and you don't find them, you know instantly there's not going to be a hypothesis construction or actualization. That's experiment. That's most of what's claimed to be science. Very, very, very little of it has actually been through the scientific method. But it's rife. Like this guy calling his iPhone and thermos science. Anyway, I'm going to move on.
All of our medicine and all of our drugs, that's a huge problem. The structure of the system is a huge problem. But that doesn't mean that antibiotics...
Oh God, can someone just server mute that Norway guy?
Antibiotics are a conspiracy, right? That doesn't mean that painkillers don't actually kill pain. That doesn't mean...
We covered this already, all or nothing fallacy.
That vaccines are a giant scam and they're actually poisoning you and you're going to die in 17 years if you take this vaccine or what. Are you fucking kidding me? And that's what's happened. People...
Is it? Sorry, give us 5 examples. I mean, we're undermining you and your rhetoric here. So obviously you can't take us as an example, especially when we've got a bleeding pharmacist on the panel. So no. Is this going to be backed? I mean, I can almost guarantee it won't, based on past experience, only knowing the guy for the last 5 minutes of videography, that this will not be backed with anything. But let's just see.
People have become so distrustful of institutions.
We're on to the next baseless assertion and stereotyping fallacy. So no, I was right to call it. Definitely not going to be backed by anything.
And of the establishment, that now their default perspective is whatever they say, the opposite is true.
As exampled by what? No, I wouldn't be so ludicrous as to take a claim that somebody's made and take a default position that the opposite is true. That's utterly absurd. No, number one, if I take somebody's claim to town, rip it to shreds, and then take a giant steaming dump on it, it doesn't mean I have to replace it with anything, let alone the antithesis or opposite of it. I don't have to do anything. I just take their claim to the cleaners and then move away afterwards. I don't have to do anything to replace it. But you're suggesting that by generalization and stereotyping fallacy, that the people you're besmirching would automatically take the opposite point of view of a rhetorical position taken by the mainstream narrative. What an utterly absurd position to have. I mean, do you even believe this yourself?
And that is dogmatism.
Yes.
Nathan, please play the last 10 seconds again. Don't miss what he said.
And of the establishment, that now their default perspective...
Go back 5 seconds before that first part, because it was right there.
Vaccines are a giant scam and they're actually poisoning you and you're going to die in 17 years if you take this vaccine or what. Are you fucking kidding me? And that's what's happened. People have become so distrustful of institutions and
the snap. Play one more.
Of the establishment that's now.
Okay. Do you see this puppet? I have to trust the establishment and all the institutions. I am not allowed to do research. I am not allowed to go challenge anyone. Be a good citizen the way you were raised in your public schools. Do not buck the system. This is a puppet.
Well, no, what he's done is it's reification and anthropomorphization. So what he's done is he's taken the establishment, the big pharma, whatever group, and made it into a person that's infallible, that must be trusted. It's like, when you say the establishment, what are you actually talking about? What, a group of dudes and gals? Okay, well, they're just people. What you're saying is that they're like the hive mind collectively and suddenly infallible. No, not at all. But collectively, he feels that the institutions have to be trusted? No. Individual claims should be taken at their merit and research based on their value after researching them. That's it. But you don't do that as a general sweeping statement to everything every group says. You just take out individual claim at face value and assess it and research it. If somebody says they've got the science for time travel, I'm not going to just nod. I'm going to go, okay, what was the observed phenomena? What was the independent variable? What was the null hypothesis? Has this gone through the systematic experimentation stage? If so, what was the theory that was based upon the validation of cause and effect after observing phenomena and presuming cause? If that is the case, what was the outcome and how did that lead to time travel? That would be what I asked, not the establishment said it's the science of time travel. How dare you challenge them? And furthermore, what are you saying, that we don't have mixers, thermoses and iPhones because you reject the DeLorean? No, I just reject the DeLorean that they're saying is proven with science by asking a few key questions about how much science it's got. Seems reasonable if they're saying it's science to ask them for the science.
Oh, their default perspective is
Generalization and stereotyping fallacy to follow.
Whatever they say, the opposite is true.
No, we just debunked that on the spot before it even crossed your lips.
And that is dogmatism. That is religious fundamentalist-like thinking. No, you have to evaluate the merits of a given conversation on the evidence in that field, on that topic.
Yeah, okay. I'd go with that. Yeah, evaluate it based on the evidence. Yeah, okay.
He just contradicted his whole previous statement.
Yes, completely.
Everything you need to evaluate on its own merits, on its own evidence, one by one.
Yeah. So what you're saying is, evaluate everything on its merits, one by one, claim by claim, just like I said. But these clowns on Reddit, they throw everything out. And you can't do... What a... Okay, so you built up your little straw man, you've now burnt it and given a reasonably coherent rendition of what I just said. Fine. So completely contradicting your last complete garbage then.
But no. So, so edgy, such an outsider, so anti-establishment.
More personal attacks on individuals.
Hang on. Candace Owens is doing exactly what he just said everyone should do. One by one, look at the merits. That's what she's doing. And now he's knocking her again after he said that's what you should do.
How do you know that? How do you know she's looking at the merits? She's having a little glance at it because someone sent her a few hyperlinks while she was in bed with her husband.
No. Don't you think you can get away with that? That's so weak from you. Well, why is she if she's got the third largest podcast in the world, according to Brian, which might be true, I don't know, but let's say it is. She's just not going to get out there and say this stuff if she's not planning to look into it.
How the hell do you know? Okay, same standard. Let's just move on. I don't need to repeat myself, but yeah, that's the same standard. Go ahead, Brian.
Oh, what the hell?
Well, go on, Eli. Eli was before me.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I was just saying, like,
establishment that now
I was actually gonna say what you said, Nathan, but I guess I was coming from the point of, what do you mean? Somebody sent her a few hyperlinks. She's decided she's going to look into. All she said, she's looking into something someone sent her. He made this whole video based off of that.
Exactly.
She didn't even,
Yeah, I'm totally with you, Eli. Like we can assume things about her because of her reputation, but I'm not going to assume any of that. I take on face value what she said about what she'd looked at, and that's it.
Flat Earth theory to see maybe they got some points, bro.
Yeah, go ahead.
Brian. Yeah. You have to remember something, right? Now, I can't read Candace Owens' mind, but you must remember something. She's the third biggest podcast in the world, right? She is, right, by numbers. Only Tucker Carlson and then Joe Rogan are bigger than her, right, at present. And she's catching up on Tucker Carlson. But the point being is that she's not going to just come out and say it's flat. Even if she knows it's flat, she's not going to just do that immediately. She's going to drip feed this out. Because she's going to know, and she's going to have people around her. I'm sure her close people are going to be saying, listen, you can't just come straight out there with this because this is going to cause, she'll end up where you are, Nathan. No offense. So she has to, I would be surprised if she hasn't looked into it a lot more than she's saying. She's
You
just
should be
not.
where I am.
She's just sorry.
What do you mean by that? I'm not taking offence. I just don't know what you meant by it.
Yeah, well, she's going to. Well, she's going to end up being unpromoted by YouTube.
Oh, I see.
Yeah,
Algorithmically, she's going to be screwed,
Yeah.
is what you're saying.
Yeah, she has to do this in the right way if she's going to do it.
I mean, assuming she's doing anything like that's the look. I don't. Again, especially now, my bias creeps in when you say, third largest podcast. So I'm like, well, you're already playing politics. There's a lot of information that you have to know, and then based on that information, you have to play the game. You pick and choose. That's my bias. But for God's sakes, this kid, right? This guy now was one of the largest up and coming independent podcasts too. When the timing was right for that. She's just in the season behind the one he was in. And I don't want to see you guys get your heart broken, man. Don't stop looking at these celebrities thinking that, just thinking for them. Like it's best to see what they
they're
do.
filling in quite a few blanks, aren't they, Eli? But we'll let them.
Because, those science people, they're just part of a pagan faith.
By science people, there are no science people. It's a method.
Oh, my God. What are we going to do with these people, man? What are we
What? Sorry, now it's assessing what you're going to do with us. Notice that after I pointed out your clownery with your inability to disseminate to an audience what science actually is, your errors in terms of using technology as science, I didn't suggest what I should do with you afterwards. You notice where these people go mentally. So you don't like something, so what are you going to do to me is your next assessment.
What are we going to do with these people? And by the way...
What am I going to do with you? I think these clowns that don't know what science is should be rounded up. Maybe branded on their forehead with clown. Yeah? Is that what we should do with you? Should we round you up and brand you with clown because you don't know what science is? You build a lot of fallacies around arguments you think you've got. I take quite a lot of offence to that. I don't know about anybody else. You probably hear it in my tone.
Massive clicks.
Because...
Go on.
Yeah, because it's pretty cheeky, right? Because it's showing that he would be willing to just have all of us just shut down from audibly interacting with the world via the internet. He would be quite happy for everyone, us and anyone who promotes similar as we do, to just have their voices cut off, from the world, from the internet. That way, he won't have to deal with us. Make it stop. That seems to me, this is what he's suggested. What do we do with these people? Where can we put these people so we won't have to hear them? That's what it is.
Right? Massive clicks. The more she flirts with this, there's a terrible incentive now.
There's that word again. Yeah? The more she flirts with it. Okay. Yeah, now we've got your number. We know what the issue is. It's blatantly obvious, by your own words, what the problem is here. Isn't it? I'm not going to sugarcoat it. This woman's sexually attractive to you, and her dabbling in something that you disapprove of is her flirting with something that isn't you and your rhetoric. It's kind of pathetic. While I tried to fish for that kind of reaction from the guys on the panel, and let's be honest, I didn't get the reaction I was hoping for, this is you wearing it right on your sleeves. It's sad. It's kind of sweaty and greasy and dirty, if you ask me.
Now for her. The incentive is, the more batshit theories I talk about, the more eyeballs I get on me, the more people watch my program.
Yeah, I get that. While you're on camera, you get a bit of acid reflux, and you're like trying to fight it back so no one notices. I'm sitting here swilling cherry coke before the cameras roll, and then someone asks me something, and I'm like, I just want to enjoy that moment again as a YouTuber. A bit of acid reflux amuses me greatly.
Flirts with this, there's a terrible incentive now for her. The incentive is, the more batshit theories I talk about, the more eyeballs I get on me, the more people watch my program. It incentivizes her to keep going down that path. to get more eyeballs, more views. That leads to...
No, you want more views. You want more eyeballs. She's already incredibly popular. But this is pure projection, isn't it?
More money. And so there's a feedback loop there, an incentive structure that makes it so she will progressively get more and more idiotic.
Why do you believe this? Because it's not based on anything. You're kidding me. We've just literally spent 5 minutes discussing how you'd have to angle it carefully so you don't commit social harry-carry. And you're suggesting that she'd do it for clickbait? Wow, how wrong are you? No, if she came out decrying Flat Earth heavily, then I would believe that. Because that's where the algorithmic favour walks. Why do you think I'm appealing to you, our enemy, to share links for my video when I get people to go and look at your video? I mean, in most instances, that's completely arse about face. Nobody's sending people to their enemy that's decrying them and telling you that they need rounding up, basically. No, I'm doing that on the vague off chance that I might get some algorithmic love by you actually putting my link in your video. That's never actually happened. But ultimately speaking, I get zero algorithmic love as a flat earther. And if she follows down that road, that might be where she ends up. And that was what Brian was suggesting when he said she'll end up where you are. What, completely censored at the bottom of the lists? You can literally type a title of my video and not find it. Well, yeah, that's what potentially might face her. You think the complete antithesis is true? That she's doing it for clicks? No, definitely not.
And that's, you know, that's...
Go ahead, Eli.
I just see him as, you know, a high level puppet, because you asked why does he believe what he's saying? Well, he said, why do you believe that? But it's not that he believes anything. Well, what I'm saying is he's been inundated by some other source, because he's not saying anything different than a lot of people. He sounds just like Professor Dave to me right now. They all speak the same way. Baseless assertions, they're bigoted, they have this high trust for the pseudoscience. That's all I'm seeing here is he's just been he doesn't even know that he's been brainwashed.
In a lore that not many people are equipped to walk away from. A lot of people, many better people than Candace Owens have fallen down this rabbit hole of, you know...
Is that a little bit of leakage? Better people than Candace Owens? All right.
Yeah.
Like a jilted lover. Better girls out there than Candace have fallen for this stuff. It's
I don't
telling,
really like her.
It's just a bit sad. Very amusing. Better girls out there that falling for this stuff.
Audience capture. Let me feed them whatever the fuck they want to hear. And oh, would you look at that? It turns out one of the things that they're...
There's that same expletive. A very telling moment.
I'm interested in is if I shit on science and say, maybe flat earth. And usually, look, she's smart enough to not...
Sorry, you did take a shit on science. You claimed your thermos was science and your iPhone was science. You mistook technology for science, clown shoes.
Not go all the way with it, but, you know, she was dumb enough to say Macron's wife actually is a man. And I don't know, does she believe in the Michelle Obama's a man theory too? So
is he still talking about Candace, right? I don't know Candace well enough to know if that's something.
Yeah, she's but she's covered that story, but it's not like just some random covering of something she hasn't looked into, kind of thing. But he's trying to make it out because it's because of that issue. He's trying to make it out as if like she just believed any or nonsense. When that wasn't her, it was a whole report from journalists in France that originated that story. I'm not saying either way, but I'm saying it wasn't just Candace Owens just randomly just came up with some nonsense about Macron's wife or whatever.
Gotcha. Okay. So he just wants to smear her as badly as possible. He is like a jilted lover. That's how he's coming across.
Yeah. Oh, you are pretty. You're just not the most pretty these days. That's what he's saying, isn't it?
Yeah, it's pretty sad.
Anyway, this is politics in the year of our Lord 2024. This is politics. On the one hand, running for president, you have a guy who's...
Sorry, no, that's called a segue, because none of it was politics. That's called a ham-handed segue.
Clearly sundowning, his brain is not working. He insists, bro, I'm tip-top shape. I'm doing great. That's one of the guys. He's the only thing standing between us.
What's this got to do with Candace leaving a cult of science? Just some non-sequitur you wanted to drop in at the end.
Is he... Sorry, I'm stepping on you.
No, go ahead.
Is he about to medically
Us
assess
and rank
Joe
authoritarianism
Biden?
on Trump?
I'm only joking. Go ahead, one more time.
Yeah, is he about to medically assess Joe Biden?
Possibly.
After accusing Candace Owens of ridiculousness?
Possibly.
No. What he just did was he just doesn't trust the establishment or the institutions all of a sudden.
On the other hand, what do you have? A guy who's a convicted criminal, who's an extremist, who promises to reject the results of the election if he loses. This is what you got to overturn Roe versus Wade. Like, these are your options at the top of the ticket. And then...
All right, what has the dichotomy of politics got to do with any of this? Am I missing something?
First of all, he's lying outright. I've heard that segment twice before. Says if it's a fair and square election, then yeah, it stands. But if they cheated, I'm going to challenge it. He forgot to put that in.
Okay. Even in his non-sequitur, he's ill-informed, is what you're suggesting, 10th.
No, he's not ill-informed. He's lying. I mean, if you listen to the person you're saying said something, why don't you just repeat what he said instead of leaving that major part out of it? And this thing with Roe versus Wade, the Supreme Court made that decision, not Trump. And it's now up to the states to decide what to do with it instead of nationally the Supreme Court making every state abide by what they do. So
he's contradictory, isn't he? Because he's just said trust the establishment, unless of course it's this establishment gets in, then you can't trust it.
I've just put a link in the live stream chat.
Yes.
So I'm gonna at the end I will put this guy's link in again as we started with him. But what I've actually put a link in the live stream chat to is the video he's responding to. So feel free to let Candace Owens know that at Nathan Oakley 1980 responded to Secular Talk's response video, or words to that effect. But just let her know that we responded to this clown that's obviously smearing her for no good reason. And he's not a small channel, you know, he's got 1 million subscribers plus. So he's anything but small. He's obviously well loved. And I'm sure typically he's very good. He had an endorsement earlier on from... Who endorsed him earlier? Was it Eli?
Eli didn't endorse him. Eli said he used to listen to him.
Yeah. Well, that's as good an endorsement as we need to say that, you know, at some point he's had good quality material. It's just this isn't it. But anyway, my point is to do a call to action to the live stream and say that there is actually a link in the live stream chat. And if you haven't done so already, please let Candace know at Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me because he responded to Secular Talk. I will put a link to Secular Talk's video, as I say, when we round out this video in a couple of minutes' time in terms of response. But in the meantime, let Candace know. Is it virtue signaling? Maybe. You know, we are defending her honour in this regard. He's critiquing her. We're critiquing him. It all makes the YouTube world go round.
Then here are the talking heads below. Here's the stuff that's going on in right-wing circles online. Really makes you feel doomer pill, doesn't it? Hey, y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe. It helps out.
Yeah, well, as he's calling to action at the end of his video, we'll actually share his link as well. So this is a link to the response video by Secular Talk. That's going by in the live stream now as well. And again, if you haven't already, please let him know at Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me. Let him know that we've responded to his video in regards to Candace Owens' endeavours in Flat Earth. That is to say, she clicked on a hyperlink after somebody was chatting to her while in bed. Because it's very important that develops an entire response video from a 1 million plus subscribed channel. Obviously, right? Anyway. Okay, I think that's where we round out that video. So, good fun was had by all, I believe. Hopefully, a few of the live stream audience. We had well over 120 people watching. have gone along to one or other of those videos and let the videographer know that at Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me. Any last remarks from you guys before I ask everyone to stay tuned for the after show?
Yeah, one quick one right at the end. He gave the whole game away. Right wing circles, which means he's the opposite.
Any more for any more?
All I'd say is that you should go into Candace's live stream and interact with her personally, because she'll never see any of those links, because she gets
I agree.
thousands
You
of
should
comments
do
every
that.
day.
You should absolutely do that, Brian. Yes, I agree.
Well, if I can do that tonight, I will.
Oh, jolly good. Let me know how you get on. I'll let you know about my busy evening next time we speak, and you're helping me out and holding this against me. But with that, I'm going to say, if you are watching this on either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley Premiering streams, then stay tuned, as there will be an after show to follow.
I hate to break it to you guys, but these people aren't managing their own, like, comment section.
Don't speak with your mouth full. It's gross.
Sorry. It's not them that you're talking to.
Yes, but on her live stream, she is interacting with the chat.
No, that's not her. That's
she
her
said
YouTube
it her. She
channel.
said it herself. It's her. She said it. That is me. She was asked, and she said it on her. She said, "That is me. When you see me interacting, that is me." She said.
Okay,
she said, "This is pre-recorded. This is from her. Like, I don't see why she would lie about that."
Yeah, it's just.
I could be wrong, but I don't. they do lie, Brian. Like, that's what I'm saying.
I didn't want to say this on the live stream, but right, I just wanted to give you an example. So, I have tried that many times with many videographers to try and get their attention in the live stream chat. And half the time, number one, you'll end up getting a moderator get annoyed for whatever reason, defending their virtue. But in some instances, so take Bro Sanchez, right? He knows me. I've chatted to him so many times that when I go into his live stream chat, which I don't frequently do, I don't have the time. But when I do, he's like, "Oh, Nathan Oakley's in my chat. How's it going?" And then if I say, which I did last time I went in there, "Any chance you can have me on your show to talk about my book when it comes out?" He's like, "Oh, definitely." I'm like, "What's your email address so I can send you an advance copy?" This is all from his live stream chat. And he's immediately picking up on it and talking to hundreds. I mean, I picked up quite a few subscribers off the back of him just interacting with me. But I got that interaction because I've had a certain amount of interaction already, and I've built a little bit of rapport with him. Whereas if you're just going to someone like Candace Owens' chat and try and just interact with her off the bat, trying to appeal to her about flat Earth information, there's a good chance you'll just be thoroughly ignored. Do you know what I mean? Especially if there's 9,000 other people there.
Well, you know what? If you put wings on it, right, and you try and propel it forward, you know, like, why would you even do that? Why would you even do that? Why would you put wings on it and try and propel it forward? You're never going to take off. That's impossible. You can't fly. We never build that into flies. Only birds can fly.
I don't care. I like making shows about people like Candace. But in terms of after the fact desire to engage with her, oh God, if she listens to this, this will sound terrible. I don't care. Like, literally, once the show's finished, the words Candace Owens won't cross my mind again. Like, if there's a baller that comes on, it's only... I'll tell you something, Brian. You know the guy that you were chatting with on Friday? As soon as the show had finished, I forgot all about it. Nothing... Admittedly, there was a certain aspect of things that I'd learned from you, but they went in while you were saying them. Yeah? I didn't have to digest them after the fact. I did digest them after the fact when I went back and listened to you talking about them, because I said to myself, that stuff I still don't fully understand. I need to go back and listen to Brian's too, because I hinted for you to do it at the beginning of another show, to like get it one cycle reduced in consistency. But I listened to both. I listened to you debating with the guy for a couple of hours, and I listened to your half-hour rendition, because I'm trying to understand it better, right? But that's when I'm taking in the information. Afterwards, I couldn't care less. It's not like I'm constantly mulling it over. And the same applies to the ballers when they come on. Now, if it wasn't for someone else also saying, "Oh, that was awesome when Brian did that," and I'm like, "Oh yeah, I listened to that back as well, intentionally. We must do that again." And then I intentionally got you to talk about it on right at the beginning of, I think it was yesterday's show. That's because others are reminding me, right? But unless literally you or QE or someone else happened to bring up Candace again after the show is finished, I wouldn't give her a second thought. Now, that's kind of why I tried to nip at your heels and go, oh, have you got a thing for you holding a candle or whatever? It didn't go anywhere. You're just as keen for her as anybody else that you would be. Like with Deception Detective, it makes no difference. You'd be just as keen to get in his chat, right? And you were. But I wasn't in the same way. Now, in this instance, you're a little bit more keen because I think it's mainly because of her size. I could be incredibly influential if we did manage to sway her and influence her. But that's no more or less likely for me beyond what I can do. So what I can do with a tiny little YouTube channel is actually, potentially, there's a small chance one of my audience might actually do as I've asked and go and let her know third hand. So that then when I potentially do appear in a chat, let's say next year, I happen to stumble upon a live stream and it's a subject I'm interested in, I just start talking about what she's talking about. I might then build a rapport with her. But going in and going, oh, you're interested in Flat Earth, I want to tell you all about it. In my mind, that's not a good angle. It might be if you're already in there and you're already enjoying a live streams, though, which is why I'm encouraging you to do it.
That was the longest. I'm scared of Candace Owens that you could have ever come up with.
You're not going to get me on. You're not going to nip my heels with that crap. Let's be honest.
I don't know, because it seems like when it comes to any situation where you're about to actually grow the channel and gain popularity, you suddenly come up with every excuse in the book for why it doesn't work.
Wait, no. Right, so people come along and they say, you need to go on this TikTok thing. And I go, I'll have a look into it. And they nag, right? And they tell me how it's going to grow my channel. It's going to be amazing. I've just increased my workload by a substantial amount by introducing another platform. And I've been doing it now for about a year. It's got 1,000 subscribers, right? That has taken effort and time away from doing other things. And there are endless things like that I strap onto my workload. Now, someone comes along from the outside, and it's like when you were discussing the baseball players. Oh, it's only got to work for a couple of hours a day. No. They're in training, they're doing this, they're doing that. Same for me. I don't have a spare hour in the day. Yesterday, I went to bed and woke up this morning at 4:30 a.m.
Did you just tell me?
And I'm just telling you how it is. I woke up at 4:30 this morning, started doing things with my eldest because she'd woken me up, told her to not do the same to my wife, dragged her out of bed so she could at least get some sleep. And then from that moment to this, I haven't stopped. And it will continue till about midnight, and then I'll do it all again, right? But people come along and they go, why don't you go and do this? They go, because there isn't enough hours in the day. Oh, it'll only take 2 minutes. You're like, there are only so many series of 2 minutes in each day. Eventually, you run out of them. It's just that simple. But you're like, oh, you don't want to grow your channel. What, by spending an hour in Candace Owens' live chat trying to get her attention? No, thanks. I can invest my time much better. No offense.
Well, yeah. Let's go back to 1 year ago. If the example is TikTok. Now, if you have 1,000 followers, number one, we haven't spoken. I haven't been involved in the process, which was the whole point of you doing it, so you wouldn't have to do that, and you would have had way more than 1,000 subscribers if you did it right. There's a right and wrong way to do things.
Johnny come lately. If you'd have done it my way. See, this is the type of crap. I'm smiling, but no offense, this is fairly atypical, fairly typical of what happens. Do this, it'll grow you. Okay. Yeah, a year ago, everyone told me to do that. I've done it. Oh, if you'd have done it my way. Okay, fair enough.
Well, yeah, because I was coming to you and QE, and I guess QE seemed a little more disinterested, and I was saying, hey, do this, and this is how it'll happen for you in a month. Did you do any of that?
No, he did not.
I do vaguely. Hold on. He's talking to me, Neil. I do vaguely remember doing this, and this. I don't think I did that as well as this, and this. But vaguely, I do remember doing this, and this. Yeah, definitely.
Well, you could have gotten with this or that, and that would have been where it's at. So.
Oh, if I'd have only done this and that rather than this and this. Obviously, Neil's decided it's his turn to chant straight through this conversation. I'm sorry, Eli. We're done here. It seems Neil's decided.
Okay.
Because I'm sick of it. Everybody's trying to promote you, and you don't want to get promoted.
Who said that?
You're going to sit on your ass and expect change.
It's not true. I just got an example of how you don't want to go on TikTok. No, I've dedicated a substantial amount of time to it. Do you know how many videos there are on TikTok now from me? About 120 videos, all of which took time and preparation to format them into the format that they like, all of which took time to consider doing when preparing other videos, and separately adding on that extra time to do it. Like everything.
Beautiful.
Right. Well,
now you're supposed to get with me.
But the perception is you don't do things that want to promote you. No, I just don't have enough time.
No, I specifically stated the videos are fine, but the way that you grow your channel, and I did give you a list of instructions, and I said I could help you, I could hold your hand with that, because if you don't do that and just do the video thing, chances are you're going to be in the situation that we're actually finding ourselves in right now. So it was the one thing that I was telling you to do,
which is what?
To incorporate with what you're doing to grow your channel.
So instead, we got people on TikTok, and my wife was telling me about it as I was listening to Brian. Said there's a person on TikTok asking NASA to show up pictures of the sun and the moon and nonsense like that. But if you would have followed Eli's instructions, perhaps they'd be hearing Earth is measured flat.
Oh, Neil, what instructions were they, Neil? Do you want to just, Eli, shush. Do you want to just give us those instructions back, Neil? Just see where I went wrong.
We don't know. Eli said he was going to take you by the hand, but I guess it never happened.
Sorry, was going to. I see.
Well, I'm definitely on. Well, okay. I'm sure that I was. I did go over the details vaguely, to which Kiwi was like, "Let's do this later," and then later didn't come.
Maybe with Kiwi, but not with me.
And we were all in this. There was still the whole Witless saga. So,
No,
I mean,
wasn't there. Anyway, maybe you can.
yeah.
If I can find some time to be set aside to be doing it with you, I'll do it with you, whatever it is. But I don't know whatever it is. I'd remember.
All right, we'll talk about it later. Also,
fine.
Vinny definitely is very excited and wants you on the Killer Priest podcast. He's wondering when we're going to do that. I know you said that we're going to do it, when the book, when we get finished working on the book.
Excellent. So what I need from him, if you can go back to him and explain what you want from him, is an email he's happy for me to pass on to my publisher, so that in whatever it is, 2-3 weeks, when there's a finished copy that's on Amazon, he can get, or wherever it may come from, he gets a code so that he can download it pre-release. That is to say, he gets a copy before anybody else does, but it'll mean that I've got to give him some sort of voucher code so he can get it and not have to pay 10 quid or 20 quid or 30 quid or whatever it is labelled as. They might have like a placeholder price, but whatever, I just want to be able to email him when the time comes, which might be, make it longer just in case it is. Say in a month, he just needs an email so that his publisher can send you a voucher and will preemptively tell you. It won't just get dumped on you. He'll contact you and say, by the way, my publisher's going to send you this book via a link that you need to go into, let's say it's Amazon, put in this code and it'll allow you to download it before it's actually published, so you can have a look at it before, we chat. But I want him to do that bit first. So if you can prime him for that and say, I need your email that you're happy for a publisher to use. Does that make sense?
Okay. Yes.
Cool. Which is the same thing I'd say to anybody that, over the next few weeks, I'm going to try and contact or get into the circles of as many people as possible. From that regard, Candace Owens would be one of the people that you'd want to be approaching. There is a reason to try and get her email address or get whatever her contact preference is for general inquiries to her as an individual. I would want to get in touch with her, as we have discussed previously, along with loads of other people. And you just try your hand at as many as you can think of, and you might get a fraction of that back and actually become successful. As in, they'll go, oh yeah, I'll read your book and then have you on my show and talk about it. No worries. But for the most part, you'll struggle if you can't even get contact information for some people, and some people are like that. They're just, especially as they grow, they become a bit more elusive to general inquiries. Doesn't mean you can't get hold of them with a little bit of effort. And with me, it's like, well, yeah, there's potential for 100 people to be contacted to get maybe 10 of them go, oh yeah, I might be interested in that. But again, I haven't got time to contact them. So when people are like, well, why haven't you already sent an email off Candace? It's like, well, because it's a morning's work to find her email. Now, if I was working for the man and I could just spend a morning and dedicate it to that, and it wouldn't matter about what around me suffered business-wise, because I'm being paid by a company and they want it doing, and fine, if you want me to spend my morning on that, I won't go out and develop sales. But for me, strutting along trying to pay my mortgage, it's like, no. I've got to absolutely, without question, do the things that keep the mortgage paid. That is first priority. Anything else I can slip in. If it costs me sleep, then fine. But there's a limit, you know. Anyway, I'll stop bitching because it does sound like I'm moaning now, which I'm not. I love what I do.
Oh, okay, Nathan. It was very, very good. You're talking about Candace Owens, because Candace Owens has a lot.
Yeah.
Oh, brother.
Herself. For
We need a
herself. So
translator.
she's very, very well spoken, very intelligent, and she is very, very good debater. And that she is talking about, she has done some research about it. I think she has done some research about flat Earth, but is not ready to talk about it in open, because she has to know better, have to know more about it. And you're doing this video, it might, and if she really take it in and listen to it, she might reality of the world like it is and see the whole picture.
Maybe she will.
The person that is in,
yeah,
come out with it, I think. Good show.
Oh, thank you. Yes, I agree. Maybe she is. That's why they're stressing their importance, I think, is your point. Yeah, I get it. I get it totally.
LA dollars to donut. She finds wits at first.
Who's Candace Owens?
Some modern day reporter, if you will, journalist.
Got candy?
Is that the best you got? Is that the best you got? Really?
I just woke up, yeah.
Very good. If I speak to her, I'll ask her if she's got candy for you.
I don't know about that 2 or 3 weeks either. A little bit optimistic, I would say.
Whatever. It'll take as long as it takes.
Yes, sir. What's up with all this mutinous language going on?
Such as?
I have to have a little discussion, maybe offline.
I don't mind doing it now.
Well, go ahead.
It's you that's suggesting there's mutinous language, not me. How can I go ahead? You're talking about Brian, I assume.
No comment.
Just tell us. Just fill us in. It's educational. It's useful.
I don't think I have to tell anyone they listen to a few shows, right? You know, people can fog a mirror. There's some out there that can.
I'm glad we had this discussion.
Me too.
That cleared it up.
You're welcome. Great, that discussion.
Sorry, Brian. Did you need the point reiterating? Some people can fog a mirror. Hope that's clear.
Yeah, it's all cleared up now.
Yeah, people in the audience, some of them can fog a mirror. They can follow the conversation. You don't need to repeat the conversation 6 to 7 times. They get it.
Mutinous language. Wow, that's pretty strong.
Yeah, that's what I want clarity on.
We all want clarity.
Specific examples of mutinous language? Eli's dropped, so he doesn't want to get an earful, clearly. Go on, Johnny. I can tell you're itching to say something. Or you just hot micing. Johnny, can you pop yourself on mute?
Yeah, I will say some. I will say something to QE. Yeah, okay. You got me. I will not say something is that you don't.
I wasn't talking about you.
Okay.
I can't understand a word you say.
Sailor reference. Mutiny, sailor? No?
Here we need somebody that speaks Johnny so you can translate it.
Yeah, okay. But I yes, you're right. Go away from the ether, like you were saying.
No. Is it that sort of mutinous language? Really, Johnny?
Go away from ether? What's that?
You're suggesting that the mutiny is some amongst us talking about the ether? Spits.
No, nothing to do with that.
I think the suggestion is someone here is getting too big for their britches.
Who?
I wouldn't know.
I mean, me. You could say me, but that's default. That's like standard, so it's not me.
If QE doesn't just come out and say it, people are going to be left in more confusion than they already are.
Sounds like a guilty conscience to me, QE. It's definitely Brian.
Yes, it does. Where's Adam at? Adam!
Well, the only thing I can reference is you constantly, when Nathan dropped the call in for his head, planning how we can get rid of him off the show.
I'm not going to bite on that either.
You don't have to. That was just a statement of fact.
Yeah, I'm not going to bite on that either.
Well, you're not required to bite on statements of fact.
Yeah, I'm not buying it.
Well, earlier when I first woke up, I turned on the show. Right, we're beyond the mutinous stuff. We'll get back to that later. Turned on the show. It sounded like that Adam was trying to justify his wicked profession.
Wicked profession?
Oh, wow.
I forgot to say that on the live show. Adam is actually very much beloved in his community. I know it was done by a stereotyping fallacy when Brian suggested that generally Adam's kind are hated. I think were the exact words he used. And I'm like, I don't think so. I'm pretty sure Adam's well loved. I've seen it. I've seen how well loved he is. I've been in his space and seen the community around him. Adam is very much loved in his community for what he does. Because he helps people. Why wouldn't he be loved?
He never gave anyone a jab.
That's not what Brian said.
Yeah, he did.
That's not what I said either. I didn't talk about the community not loving him. I was talking about him justifying his wicked profession.
Yeah, pharmakia.
There's the two indictments here. There's the Adam's a member of Big Pharma and works within that industry, or Adam professes the magic deriving from a fallen angel, which is where he's getting at.
Oh, I see what you're extracting it from. There's certain biblical verses in terms of the practicing of medicine that make it basically demonic, don't they? Is that what you're referring to?
Pharmakia. Keyword.
Yeah,
Good word is sorcery.
Okay. No.
QE, if you understand Adam, then you will understand me. What's the problem?
Yeah, that checks out. And that's not what Brian said. Brian said things that unfolded during 2019 caused people not to trust. Didn't say didn't like.
not to trust people like Adam or Adam's kind, he said.
Right.
Yeah.
Not disliked.
Yeah, but that isn't true. I understand the example. I'm not decrying the stereotyping
is true.
fallacy.
100%.
I'm saying that it isn't true for Adam. It might be true unilaterally for every pharmacist across the land, for all I care. It isn't true of Adam.
I know it's not true. Anyway, I'll just clear this up because Nathan is trying to repurpose what I said into a personal attack on Adam.
Here we go.
Adam is
What are you going to call me now?
Very well loved. Adam is very well loved. Thank you, Pierce. Adam is very well loved in his own community. Right? Adam's very well loved in his own community. What I stated was that people like Adam who work in that field are now consequently mistrusted by the public because of all the nonsense that went on. That's all I stated.
And speaking of Piers Morgan, right, that was who Candace Owens shut down with a hand wave. It was epic. I'm sure I mentioned this previously, but she was just talking about the girl that was claimed to be in clone centres when I first got her 10 years ago. Tall, blonde singer. Oh, what's her name? Know this.
Oh, is it
Taylor Swift. So she's talking about
yes.
Taylor Swift with Piers Morgan, and she's in the middle of a point, which was, I happen to have a vague idea of what she was talking about. I've got a vague interest in music, generally speaking, so I'll watch videos on it occasionally, and Taylor Swift I quite like, so I've got a reasonable idea of her background. And when she was spitting information that was, so far above my pay grade in terms of my understanding of the backstory to her, Taylor Swift, that was coming from her lips, that's Candace Owens' lips. And while she was in the middle of it, Piers Morgan started talking over her, like he does. And she's on camera, and she just raises her tone by half a dB, and half a semitone or half an octave, and puts her hand out and carries on. She doesn't say stop from memory. She just put her hand out and then asked, and then sort of requested permission to continue, and then continued without being granted it. And the camera kind of cut back to Piers Morgan, and his eyebrows were as high as they get, as in, wow, I've just been shut down full on with facts and information that's completely contrary to the position that he was put in about Taylor Swift. Not the greatest of subject example, but it didn't matter. She just showed that she was well researched to the point where she could shut down a rumpusser in an instant with a literal hand wave and a continuation of the facts that she'd researched. And it set the hairs on the back of my neck up. I was like, you don't often see that with Piers Morgan. It's more often that he's in control. He's the subject matter expert, even when the person's opposite him's claiming to be a subject matter expert. He often has just done a cursory bit of research and can outsmart them. In this instance, it absolutely was not the case. Even with some, tertiary subject like a pop star, she still knew her stuff enough to shut him down. And I was just, like I say, I was just impressed.
So what's up with this Candace Owens? I mean, go ahead, fill me in. Just
basically,
briefly.
She's come out and said, let me have a go. She said, I like the Jerem position, I'm anti-science. That's the problem. The good bit is she's looking into flat earths, therefore there's a whole load of simps that want to jump on the bandwagon of getting her on their side or rejecting the crap that she's looking at, depending on which angle you want to look at it from, right? So if you want to consider us the simping for her coming to the flat earth subject, then look at it from that perspective. We're trying to get her attention. Well, I say we collectively, I mean they. I don't really care that much other than making shows about it, which I've just done and I'm very pleased with.
Nathan, Piers just gave you, once again, completely...
He means me.
Misrepresented.
He means me, doesn't he?
Well, I'm just saying that you misrepresented. Well, you said she's anti-science. No, she's uneducated in what science actually is. She's anti-pseudoscience, but she doesn't realize it's pseudoscience that she's anti. That's what's going on.
It's garbage. Garbage. You introduced me to deception. Let me just... everyone else, stop. Step down. Just one Brian.
Sorry, Piers.
Just one Brian. You introduced me to Deception Detective. And part of Deception Detective's spiel, his rhetoric, his MO, is to say, take people at what they say. Don't read between the lines. Don't apologise. Don't try and make sense of it. Take them at face value. Use the words they say. Now, when he said that, and then started actually practicing it, of course, it really, really struck a chord with me. So if Candace Owens says, I am rejecting the cult of science, she's going to get an earful. Now, I've got QE here this time. He wasn't here when the live show was going on, and everyone jumped down my throat for how harsh I am being to Candace Owens, when she incorrectly identified her rejection of pseudoscience as her rejection of science. That's flawed. I was told I was too harsh, Quantum Eraser. Although I'm talking to Brian, I'm just saying,
Not
Brian.
for that point, you weren't. Not for that point, you weren't. It was pointed out, and I pointed this out, that Candace Owens doesn't know what science is, like the rest of the world, mostly in today's world. And if she knew what science was, she would then differentiate, because she has a very good intellect, between what is actual science and what is pseudoscience.
Hold on a second,
and she
sorry.
Would be calling
Sorry
out
to
the
interrupt you.
pseudoscience.
Hold on, my crystal ball's giving me a different interpretation of what she would do. Chocolate, you're off mute, I think. Chocolate.
It was her use of the word theory. That's what got you earlier. That's what you went off on.
Not just that. That's one example. There was many. She said that she rejects herself from science. I heard the word she used.
Yeah, well, you repurposed it into she is anti-science. Well,
That's what she said.
A crystal ball.
That's what she said.
That is a crystal ball. Sorry,
That's what she said.
Doesn't know what science is. Does she know what science is?
Says your apologies. Those were the words she used.
Does she know? Does she know, honestly?
I don't know. I just know the word she used. In the same way, when the cheese on toast guy said, it's just a method, I went, yeah, you're right. The fact that after the fact he demonstrated that he didn't really know what that meant, we also highlighted. But at the point that he says, it's not a cult, it's a method, I went, correct. Now, Adam piped up and went, yeah, but he doesn't know what that means. Okay, well, maybe your crystal ball says that, but we'll play on. And then he demonstrated that he didn't know what it meant. Now, in Candace's case, she said science. She didn't say pseudoscience. So I have to take that at face value. She says
to not know what science is.
I'm not going to apologise for her not knowing what science is.
Yeah, but the point is that you are saying she's anti-science, but how can she be anti-science if she doesn't know what science is?
Because she's got the same rhetoric as Jaren.
Yeah, but she's not Jaren. Jaren's a bozo.
No, I'm not saying she has, but she's got the same rhetoric. She's saying science.
Oh, God, Jaren's been educated. She has it.
I'm saying Jaren has the same exact standard of we're going to toss science out because it's wronged us. She has, by her own words, the exact same problem.
Yeah, and I'll bring up exactly what Neil just said. Jaren has been given the opportunity to learn what actual science is. Quantum Eraser literally spent an hour and a half with the guy trying to teach him personally. Now, Candace Owens never got that hour and a half. Candace Owens never got any of this. So yeah, she's saying she has rejected the cult of science, or she has removed herself from the cult of science because she doesn't know what it is. What she's referring to is not science.
That's incorrect as
and
well.
If she knew what actual science was, she wouldn't be removing herself from it.
So you're suggesting that she wasn't... Hold on. If she didn't know what science was, then the magic trick of telling you that you've got science for a Just So story so that you know it's been proven, that magic trick wouldn't work unless you were taught at a high school level what science is. The only reason people buy the my tyres have got the best grip because of science, my shampoo proves it's shiniest because of science, my pills are better than your pills because of science, the only reason people buy that magic trick is because they have been taught what science is, her included. There is no excuse.
No. She now is at the point where she recognizes that the word science doesn't mean anything. It has no validity. She's used it, been bandied around from health campaigns to shampoo adverts, yeah? And she's realized it has no value to her anymore. This word that's used with power doesn't actually mean anything. So that's where she's ignorant, but actually it's the first step to realize the misuse and the dilution of the word and the inappropriate use of the word. Something like that guy who's reviewing it still hasn't got in his own head. So she's one step down the road. She's disassociated from that having any validity that we were all taught. She's realized it's just a power word that doesn't mean anything anymore.
Okay.
Yeah,
100%. I agree with you, Adam. You are right.
Hold on, everyone stop.
Right.
Everyone stop.
Hang on.
Hold on. We're going to get an order. We're going to get Chocolate, Brian, then Johnny. Chocolate, go ahead.
So I was gonna say it's gotten to the point where whether people know or understand what science is or not, like what the method entails, at this point it doesn't matter. They've been told that whatever it is, it must be trusted, right? No matter what it is. If something has come with that word wrapped up in it, then it must be trusted. So I don't knock her for not knowing what the scientific method is. If she doesn't know, I don't know if she does or not. Most likely not. But I don't knock her for that because, she's kind of I don't want to say normie, but in the normie world, right? That's what it is. Most people we walk to on the street and ask them what science is, they're not going to tell you it's a method to establish cause of an effect. They're not going to say that. You know how many times people look at me crazy for saying that, and they're like, well, "Science is that?" Yeah, and then they got to be reminded that that's what they were taught in second, third grade. But as you get older, that starts to get moved to the wayside, and now it just becomes whatever is told with the word science. You're just supposed to believe. You know what I mean?
Brian,
it's kind of a crazy point that we've gotten to.
Brian, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to critique you, Nathan, because you placed her in the same boat as Jaron. Not only has Jaron been taught about what science actually is by the very person that taught all of us, basically, or at least reminded Adam, at least, maybe not taught him, but right. But more than that, that particular individual, Jaron Campanella, has a reason to go against what science actually is because he's promoting ether and dielectric acceleration and other nonsense. Because he's promoting pseudoscience, so he's not going to go along with science because he's a fraud. You can't put other people in that same boat.
Okay.
I don't care if it's Candace Owens or anyone else. It's unfair.
I will readdress Dermot O'Leary's repositioning of my argument momentarily after Johnny gets his chance. Go ahead, Johnny.
Yeah, that's what I will say. Adam was absolutely correct. He is absolutely understanding where she is coming from. And it's absolutely her first step into this area. And why I'm saying that, yes, because she has been in the politics and around that, what's happening in the air country and so on and so on. That is, she is good of. But she is also seeing the whole world is open for her and all of this Freud around and this and that. And therefore, she is stepping one step further to the area that we are in. And it's just her first step. And so I would just point out how Adam was right about that.
Okay. So before you go, Nathan, Brian, do you love Candace, Brian?
No, we'll do that later. No, don't respond to that, please.
Do you want to have her baby?
No, let's do that later.
No, it's not.
No, Brian, please don't bite. Please. Don't bite. Don't bite. I've tried it already. It's not humorous. Did it before you got here. Didn't work for me either. Anyway, Brian, no, I didn't compare her to Jaron. I compared her to a specific position that Jaron holds with regards to science, which is to say, he throws out the baby with the bathwater when he rejects science, in quotes, him and her. That's what I compared, and that alone. And that is true. She is throwing the baby out with the bathwater. Now, you can make all the apologetics you like, but I have to take what she's doing at face value and critique it for what it's actually saying. Right? It is not.
No.
Therefore, I will critique it.
If she was educated by Quantum Racer or by you, and she was in this arena, it was laid out for her the way you laid it out for Jiren, then you could say that.
I don't care. This is the ipso facto default position when I do critique her for it being wrong. That is, if she were, as you suggested, were to be watching, that is her getting that education when each and every point that is flawed is highlighted and corrected. Now that is, in my humble opinion, me doing the best possible service I can, if by some small miracle she did actually watch this, as opposed to, well, if only she was educated, therefore I don't have to critique her? Sod that. No. If this was the only time she ever encountered us and our material, I'd want her to hear that when she says science is being rejected, she's throwing the baby out with the bathwater, because the people she's actually rejecting and their pseudoscience claims actually just so stories weren't adhering to the method, they were stealing valor. Don't throw the baby out with the bathwater.
Yeah, well, my problem with your critique is that she hasn't been educated enough to do what you're kind of. She hasn't been educated
Now I'll
in the
read
situation.
QE, go ahead. Now he's made the same apology as someone did 2 minutes ago that's been ignored. Now you can take the piss out of him.
She hasn't been educated. Well, is it fair to lump her in with other people who were shown the difference, like the anti-flat earthers or Jaron or Wixit or anyone? Is it fair to lump her in with those or anyone else in with those? Well, you must at least give the person a chance. Doesn't matter who it is. You show them what it actually is. You teach them about it, and if they then reject it, then you can critique them in that way. I don't think that's fair beforehand.
I got a better one. Did you know what it was until QE broke it down, Nathan?
Hold on a second, Brian, Neil. That's what we are. That was my last rebuttal. That is what we are doing when I do break it down very specifically based on her words and why they would be wrong. If I brush past it because, oh, she hasn't been educated, no, this is my opportunity to educate her and correct her. Not brush past it because, oh, well, I can't treat her like Jaron because she's only a normie. Well, number one, she's not a bleeding normie. She's got 3 million subscribers on YouTube and what apparently the 3rd biggest podcast in the world. So I'm not going to treat her as a normie. I'm going to get straight to the point if she's got it wrong. She's a big girl. She can cope.
She's very, very, very effeminate. And she's not big. She's very petite.
So what? Who cares?
It's not about whether she can take it. It's not about whether she's able to take the critique. It's about whether she deserves it.
It's just a critique. It's
Someone
not.
has to deserve it.
Stop. I don't care about her. Now that's going to sound harsh, given that she might get an email from me if I can get hold of it and say, "Oh, can you have me my shit through my book?" No. What I mean by that is, in terms of who she is and her disposition to the subject, education, I couldn't care less. Is it right or not? If it isn't, I'm going to correct it. I'm not going to concern myself for her sensibilities. Sorry.
Correcting it is one thing. There's no problem with correcting it. There's no problem there. It's the fact that you are lumping her in with other people who have been given the opportunity to know different, to know better.
I heard that 4
and they
times.
Rejected it.
Okay, I keep hearing it. So
yeah,
okay.
because you keep
I'll go with it. I'll go with it.
You keep on not addressing it.
I'll go with it. Okay. So what you're suggesting is, because she hasn't already had a thorough formal education from Quanta Eraser like Jaron did, and also I tried the same thing, by the way. So because she hasn't had multiple attempts from us to educate her in what science actually is, she should get a pass when she rejects pseudoscience and incorrectly labels it as science. Is that what you're suggesting?
No, not that she should get a pass from being corrected. She should get a pass from being overly critiqued.
I didn't overly critique it.
She's ignorant of it.
There's 2 types of critique. There's an assumption that, and correct as it is, when she uses these words incorrectly, that we're jumping on that and not actually maybe listening to the message. Where if we were to educate her in to use a different word, which wouldn't be contentious to us, would actually agree with her message. And I think that's probably what we're a little guilty of there.
No, there's a balance. I knew that there'd be plenty of balance to my very forthright position that she's wrong from the simps on the panel that would say, oh, she needs a hand holding.
Wow. Who's this guy called a simp out here?
We've been trying it the whole time. We've been trying it.
Nathan and Candace scared.
But we haven't, nobody's managed to get this. Nobody's managed to nip anybody's heels. In fact, the only churlish giggling like a schoolboy that was done was actually by Candace, when she brought up that she'd mentioned it to her husband after looking at a hyperlink. And then she chuckled churlishly, didn't she?
Actually,
Yes,
Nathan did what we asked him to do on the show this morning. That if he would, in the video, lay down what the scientific method is, and that's what he did.
Thank you. I haven't heard QE's opinion on this yet, and I really did want it.
Brian and Candace sitting in a tree.
K-I-S-S-I-N-G.
Well, I'm just, that's what you get for being honest.
He's got a shot. She likes white guys.
I'm sure she's married with children.
She's
This is
married
very
with several
schoolboy.
children.
This
It's
is
like,
very
I don't see why it has to become that. You know, but that's almost the last bastion or place where someone wants to go when they can't really rebut you. They want to, the last place then is an insult. But the second last place is try and make some idiotic romantic connection.
Brian, they don't understand that we're trying to get her before other people get her. But I think she's too smart for that. I think she's too smart for that Ethan nonsense. I've been thinking about it. She's not going to fall for that nonsense.
Yeah, but she might be turned away from the subject because of those type of people.
Hold on.
Because of the David
Hold on.
voices.
My crystal
And
ball's telling me something completely different. Oh, crystal ball, which direction will Candace go?
well, you know what it is, Neil. Remember a couple of years ago when we won't go into the specifics. We left a warning and we said no, don't do that, and it was all lighthearted and go away out of that. We were brushed aside.
Be
this
specific.
Situation occurred a couple of times.
Be specific.
Be specific.
Yeah.
We were very specific about saying we have to be proactive about all this ether stuff. Back even when Bob was around, way back. And you were like, nah, if it comes along, we'll deal with it, blah, blah, blah. And what's happened? It grew in the background like a fungus, like we said it was going to do, like we said it was going to happen. Now, this is a situation we're trying to say, get out in front, 2024, get out in front before the Witsits and the David Weisses poison the minds of not just her, but her massive audience, right? Get out in front. That's what we're trying to do. But instead, it's Brian and Candace sitting in a tree, K-I-S-S-I-N-G. That's what we're getting there.
Yeah, we're just having a bit of a laugh, Brian. Don't be such a misery.
This is fun.
On top.
Hey, D.
No, I'm.
Hold on.
I find
Let's just
Candace.
say hello to D. Hello, D.
Good afternoon, good evening.
Hey, Dave.
What's going on?
In
Love
terms
break.
of Candace, the reason there's an interest in her in this arena is she's put her hand up, and yeah, she's pretty, right? But that's it. What's attractive about her is her mind. Her mind is so sharp, and more importantly, she's got principles, real strong principles. Whether I have to agree with them all or not, she'll stand by them. And that's why, to me, the reason I've say adjust your approach, it would be the same request to when you went to Jesse Lee Peterson. You're not dealing with a baller, you're dealing somebody who's entering the arena with integrity and an honest.
I was actually thinking of taking that
so
approach.
I would engage with them like that. So at the first time they used science in an inappropriate way, I wouldn't use it to lecture them. I'd use it to guide them and get points of agreement with.
I actually drafted an email, similar vein to Jesse.
Let me guess.
It started something along the lines of, "Dear Jesse, it's not just your beauty that I like, it's also your mind."
Excuse me.
I don't know, it's just a start.
Her brain.
Come on, let me guess. You're speaking about Candace,
Let me
right?
share something.
No, Jesse.
No, this is Candace hearing Piers a new one over his stance on COVID vaccine. This is why you want her on your side, because she'll tear Muppets apart with great argumentation and hold them to task. That's why she's somebody worth engaging with, and not picking on just her misuse of the word science in I think, almost not dealing with what she's saying way. So it's a non sequitur way, because We're just picking on our use of a particular word because we feel strongly about it, but we're not dealing with what she's saying. So, yeah, and she's pretty.
Yeah.
Okay, man, I want to say something.
Just to add, I have to, just 1 second, D, because I have to go off the call for a while. I'll have to hang up for him. Yeah, I want to say it. Candace Owens is a very physically attractive girl, right? But so are lots of girls. But who cares, right? Who cares? It's her intellect and her character and her platform that matters. That's what matters. Okay? Because there's lots of good, pretty girls out there, but that doesn't mean that they're of any use to us and what we're trying to do. Yeah. Sorry, D. Thank you.
That's right. Yeah, I want to concur. That's the last thing. Even though she is very attractive, beautiful girl, intelligent, she's critical thinker, and she has her flaws, like she said about the science thing. You know, because everybody does that. Everybody makes a mistake until they come across this platform and realizes the differential of the real science and the science that they assume is a science. But nonetheless, like Brian and Adam said, she is definitely one that you want to have on your team because she has went up against the greatest monsters out there and the greatest, regardless of culture, skin color, anything. She doesn't care what skin color you are, what gender you are. She will shred you to pieces if you come off with a farce narrative or some bull crap conspiracy. So she's the one that once you get her on board in an elegant way, not insulting her intelligence, but letting her know, hey, I love what you do, yada, yada, yada. But check this out. I'm gonna let you know this, that, and the other. And then she's gonna latch on. And when she latches on, she's gonna take it to that next level. Big time.
Okay then.
I'm with you on that. I'm with you on that. Absolutely.
All
Yeah, she gives Sabine Hassenfeld a run for her money.
She's the sort that if you were ever going to get this conversation properly in front of, say, Neil deGrasse Tyson, she's the sort of person that could get there. No chumps like us would ever get near there, but she's the sort that could.
I never thought of it that way. You're right.
Most definitely. She can get anybody she wants on her shows.
Yeah, it's also interesting
She's
with
talked
the
to
Tyson
Trump.
example.
She's talked to Trump.
Sorry, D.
No, I'm
Wait,
sorry,
but he
Nathan.
might seek her out now, Neil deGrasse Tyson, because she said the magic word, flat Earth. He might be at a doorstep now.
That's just what I was about to say, Neil.
Well,
exactly.
Yeah.
It might be the case that it's already gone past that line. And then from this perspective that we're talking now, in terms of future talk of how well-educated Candace might become in terms of the subject, she might already need to be where she needs to be. Because, like Katy Perry, you might have Neil deGrasse Tyson turn up on her doorstep. Moreover, let's pretend for a second that she's really ahead of the game and she's only let that little subtle hint out to test the water around her when she's actually got all of her ducks in a row. She's already done all the research and knows that potentially someone like Neil deGrasse Tyson, who's pounced on people like Katy Perry, shouldn't he ipso facto default position be jumping all over her now so that she can give him a good roasting? Maybe she's priming herself to do exactly that for all we know.
Yep. Now, I did not know Neil Tyson gave Katy Perry a hard time. Katy Perry was implying or actually coming out saying she was calling NASA out and calling him out as being frauds.
Yeah. She came out on some podcast and like exactly the same scenario. Like, I've just been looking at it. I got a few hyperlinks and, you know, I've been looking at this flat earth subject. There's a few interesting... That's what Katy Perry's vibe was. Sound familiar? And then the next thing you know, she's doing a podcast with Neil deGrasse Tyson telling her how it's not flat and all the reasons because we've been to space and use usual rhetoric. But he was all over her like flies on the proverbial.
Just before I go, right? Just to sorry, very quickly, just to emphasize just how big Candace Owens' reach is. Candace Owens is a personal friend of Donald Trump. She can literally, she has his personal phone number. She can literally just call him, text him, which she probably does regularly enough. That's how influential Candace Owens is. She can't.
That's a fact. Yep.
Yeah, you can't
No,
look a
fair
gift
enough.
horse in the mouth.
All right. Well, if you can just let the audience know that they need to let Donald Trump know at Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me.
Oh man, yeah, that was something. But people maybe don't know that Neil deGrasse Tyson was taken out of the food. He was on educated in a food program or something. I'm talking about food. Before he was cosmology. So, and he was taken out absolutely because everything he said about that was wrong. And then you have to go many years back to know about that. But that was absolutely a catastrophic education that he was trying to give, because he was educated in this and that. But everything I was saying about the food and what the food will do and this and that has been proved wrong. And he never talks about food anymore. But now he's talking about cosmology. But I am telling you, it was many years ago. And if you really go into it, you will see all of this failure of him.
All of this what?
That he was doing.
I couldn't translate that bit. What was the last one? All of this what?
It was about, he was writing about food. And article about food. And he was educated inside that area. So
now I've completely lost what you're talking about. I'm really sorry.
He was a big failure in his category, in the food category, and then he was going afterward. He goes to cosmology. So we are talking about a different time, many years ago. He was a failure and proven wrong in his so-called science about food.
Okay. I get what he's saying.
Yeah,
basically,
give us the translation. Go ahead.
One generation, he was, unbeknownst to this generation, and maybe another generation, a front man for the Food and Drug Administration or the USDA, agriculture, and ran his mouth and was exposed like we're exposing him with the cosmology. So people in this generation don't remember, except for like John and maybe some others who don't really speak about it, but John's bringing it up. So they took him in one department, fired him because he made a fool out of himself and was exposed. So they put him in another category. So he's basically nothing but a fascist front man, clown, comedian, good, well-articulate, well-spoken man of color, whom people walk on eggshells, like I've said before, to not criticize, because then there's going to be a plethora of feedback and kickback saying, how dare you think every brother try to make it on top and you're going to try to tear him down? Bullshit. So they let him speak on top on a very important topic, and people are going to be, kind of skeptical about challenging him. But Neil, if you're listening out there, you're a fraud.
And I have to say thank you for the translation, because it was a perfect translation.
Hold on, just one sec. Neil, then
I
Johnny.
have to say thank you.
Hold on. Neil, then Johnny.
Absolutely perfect.
Hold on. Neil, Johnny. Neil, then Johnny.
I am not a fraud.
Neil deGrasse Tyson, you're a fraud.
Okay, go ahead, Johnny.
The only thing I want to say is it was a perfect translation of what I was trying to say. It's exactly that. And he was working in this program before he was so-called cosmology genius. He is just an actor. And that's known. If you really go through his life or what he has been doing, then you will understand better what everything is about. He is a fraud.
And thank you, Johnny, and you're welcome.
I didn't know that D. Rose speaks Johnny. That's helpful.
Well, you should know better, Neil. Coming from New York, there's many people, many accents from many cultures, and you have to be able to throw out the bathwater without throwing the babies out and get the gist of what somebody's saying something.
Yeah, but I never came across Johnny before.
Just like me, eating lunch, food in my mouth, linguistics. I'm talking with food in my mouth, but y'all still hear what I'm saying, even though it sounds.
Even though it's
Whoa. You
even
yelled
though
at
it's
Eli
coarse and
for that
vulgar.
and told them Eli was gross, and you're allowing D-Rose to chop like a cow. What do you got,
Coarse.
favorites, Nathan?
I don't know. It's coarse and vulgar. Don't do it. So why don't we get down into some substance, into some cowbell? I don't know who this Candace Owens is, but what has she said specifically? Not everything, but what has she said about flat Earth?
She called it a flat Earth theory.
That's yeah. Norm, knuckleheads usually do it that way. That's okay. What else?
That's about as far as we got because we
No, it
ended up
isn't.
watching a review video of the guy just demonstrating his lack of knowledge.
No, she said she rejects science. She's stepping away from the science cult.
The cult of science was her message, wasn't it? I'm stepping away from that. That message needs to be clarified. What that exactly means. There
Is that what you got?
wasn't enough in there.
Sorry to keep cutting you off, Adam. Is that what you've got queued up so Q can actually hear that?
No, we should probably go to that. This was just just to show how ballsy she is with Piers and holding him to his mea culpa, which was, him.
Oh, this with Piers? Yeah, can we have a listen to this? I know it's off topic from what QE just asked, but as you've got it queued up.
Yeah. I was just going to.
I'll bring
I didn't like that so much. No. He tried to backpedal even further. Take a listen.
So do not take my one clarification about the ability of a vaccine to prevent transmission as being some great mea culpa that I think...
That's a huge mea culpa, Pierce. That's a huge mea culpa. That's a huge mea culpa. Because that means that you want people to go out and...
If you don't pause it, I'm just going to get copyright strike for it.
I know, but I can't be as quick as you can. I'm not sat there waiting. I had something in my hand. I had to put my drink down to get to the
Fair
mouth.
enough. If I get more than 15 seconds of this, it's just going to demonetize this video. That's all. So it needs.
Would that appear?
I won't pick my drink up again, and I'll be mindful of 15 seconds.
Speaking of that Pierce guy, he's a piece of cocky poo-poo from a dead rat. Big time.
We don't need the color commentary though, D.
But you know what though? Doesn't that sound like a parallel phrase that Jaron used? I don't trust the science, not even know what science means, because he bases on leaning on people who are pseudoscientists professing pseudoscience with these claims of space and all this stuff. So she sounds like what a lot of people do. They being that they don't know what science is, they reject it because they think that the people they're hearing saying these things that they are having questions about or finding out lies.
Excuse me, how dare you hold the beautiful lady to the same standard as Jaron? Outrageous.
Well, Jaron is
just a dumbass.
No, he's a dumb. But I'm saying though, there's two levels of a dumb to a highly intellectual, intelligent, educated, degree.
Yeah, we get it.
Let's get on with it.
Ready?
Yes.
And time out. QE,
yes, experimental vaccine.
No, we need a bit more. We need to know how beautiful and intelligent and intellectable she is. Go on.
No. I was saying that QE, him being in the United States, not knowing who Candace Owens is, that's kind of hard to understand, especially on the internet. She's like one of the most prolific.
Here we go.
Known.
Bloody hell.
All right.
Prolific.
Beautiful.
Sounds like
QE's not into politics.
Shut up, Neil. Sounds like you need to go learn what proliferate means. Jesus.
Active.
Hey.
Are we ready?
Yes.
You just listen to himself. He cannot listen to people around the world. He doesn't understand
anybody else want to
doesn't know who Candace Owens is, and so on and so on.
I've been busy.
Shut up, Johnny.
Hey, right. Can we just get all of the sycophantic comments out all at once, and then we can move on? No? Yeah, I think we can move on, Adam. Sorry, go
in
ahead,
their arm and encourage them not to listen to independent voices that were saying, hold on. That's a huge mea culpa. People died from the vaccines. So you're talking about people that died from not getting it. There have been scores of people who...
Did you want to add something, Craig? Go ahead. Click OK, computer.
Yeah, no, just saying you're all sexist. I mean, she's a woman, yeah, but at the end of the day, she can hold her own with anybody by the looks of it, especially with Piers Morgan.
That was our point. It was Nathan's projected sexism onto me and Brian that started all of this.
Here we go. Carry on.
No, I think Brian was a bit, treated with kid gloves. I could understand Nathan could be like a bull in a china shop when somebody says something on his debate in the show, but if she'd have come on the show and said the same things, he would have said the same thing, I think.
Yeah, but she weren't.
All right.
Right. So she's holding him to task. He's trying to basically say that his words didn't mean what they meant and that the implications they're not. And she's just not having it. So he says, you're trying to make up my words with some big mea culpa, i.e. with regards to medical treatments. And she's not going to let it go. This is what I like. So.
Died from the vaccine. There have been scores of people like my grandfather who got the vaccine and then were dead within 1 year because it led to their dementia suddenly spreading or advancing.
That's a baseless assertion from her, is it not?
Yeah, but you can move on. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Rather, in a way, stop. I let you
You
speak
do not
about
know
your
that was down to the vaccine, do you?
Okay,
Do you?
first and foremost, they have admitted so much. They lied about the 6 feet social distancing. That just came out 2 weeks ago. And you were on the side of all of these people.
Right.
So don't pretend that's
Yeah, that's not the example that she first gave.
All right. Has this got a point to it, Adam? Hey, evening. Is there a point to this?
Sorry, I was muted. I only just in these 5 or 6 examples of her here holding her own on this platform. She
That's
won't
fine.
be bullied, which was it's not a related thing.
That's fine. I'm very, very impressed. So, can we get to what she's talked about with Flat Earth at some point?
I'll try and find that one.
Can you remember where it is in her video, Brian? Or shall I just go to that guy's video because it's probably a bit easier to find? Right at the start, I just can't remember how many minutes in her discussion about science and FE was. Can you remember?
Brian's not here.
Oh, is he not?
No, he had to step out.
Okay.
But Adam's on the case.
Okay. Jolly good. Well, hopefully we'll get to her comments in that regard. That's because that's what we're asking you to actually respond to. Fun though this is.
QE. Hey, QE. Just to give you from what I'm understanding, being that you popped in like I pop in, or sometimes you're listening but not, really involved. But basically, her platform is better than Jesse Peterson. And whether what Jesse stood on, just like what Candace stood on, being that something about the earth and something about this and that and flat earth, whatever, we was just saying that she would be so great to be able to connect with because of where she stands, regardless of where she stands, but also where she stands, and maybe try to get her on board to listen to Nathan or Brian or Adam or whatever, all three. And then, just kind of, because she's very receptive to anything that goes up against the mainstream narrative, just like this, what she's arguing with Pierce about and what she's argued about with the George Floyd situation. She's done a lot of things that went against the grain that even made so-called people of color kind of didn't like about her. So what I love about her is that she doesn't give up about who you are, what you look like, what your culture is. She's about the truth. And she's even responded to me about things that I've said. When I catch her doing things, I follow her, and she would respond in a message like, "Thank you for enlightening me on that." And I showed it to people, and be like, "Wow, that's how deep she is. She's not a snoozy, snobby person. When she wants truth, that's all."
Well, thank you. Are you her publicist?
No, I'm her assistant.
I thought you said you were her sister.
You stupid ass assistant. And proliferative means active.
You screwed up the pronunciation of it.
I know, because I had food in my mouth. See, you butt your head and don't know.
It's uncouth. I find it coarse and vulgar.
I gotta look that up. How you spell that?
I have to agree.
My granddad used to say, "Don't talk with your mouth half full, fill it up."
All right.
I didn't mean to be that.
talking and
I didn't
looking
mean to
for
be
this
rude.
video? Are you talking and looking for this video at the same time?
Yeah, I just found the NASA one, but I can't seem to find this. Really odd.
While he's looking, what did you guys think about my Master B little inserts that I put in with the little pictures of Paris and Jamaica and everything and you can see the quite obvious elevation angle and the need for flat surface and measuring the altitude of the buildings and the stadium and the mountain terrain and everything. Nobody said nothing, but I guess they probably like, well, that's just D-Rose. It's gibberish. I found it quite interesting. It was while I was watching a Netflix thing about track and field, and they was showing these beautiful, large landscape pictures, like they always do in movies. Like they're telling you, we agree with you. The radius, it's all radius pictures. There's nothing, there's no curve at all. And it's like 100 miles of distance from the point of the camera to the outskirts of the furthest horizon visual landscape. They know. They know it's flat.
Who's they?
Everybody and their mama. They just fronting because they either too ashamed to admit it, or they don't want to admit it because it does something to their finances if they do admit it. There's an incentive for why they're denying the truth. But they'll squirt the truth in your face with, like I said, those landscape pictures during these movies and during these documentaries showing no curve.
Oh, it was right at the beginning.
All right, Adam's got it.
Yeah.
I don't know where you want me to go.
Just to the bit that the guy reacted to, where she's talking.
It's at the very end. If it's this video I'm thinking about, she
No, it's
speaks
not.
about it at the very end.
No, she responds to the comment at the very end. It's right at the beginning that she's talking about it.
We'll just
We want the theory bit.
Say again?
The theory bit.
One more time.
The theory bit.
Not the theory bit. The theory bit.
Yeah, the bit where she's talking about the rejection of science. That's the bit that I want QE to hear.
The religion of trust the science. This is what this is called.
Yep.
I like that.
Poor husband, he rolls over, he's like, what are you reading? And I feel like a regular wife says something, I don't know, maybe a love series, Nora Roberts, sweeping her away. Me, on the other hand, he rolled over, he asked me, and I said, oh, I'm reading a flat earth theory. And it dawned into an entire conversation. He's like, why are you reading a flat earth theory? And I'm like, because somebody messaged me on Connect about it, and they included some links, and I'm just reading them. I don't know. I'm just an interested person. No matter what, if there's a bunch of people that believe something, I now want to know what it is that they believe. And of course, he pushed me on this, and he was talking about the earth curvature and science. And I said to him, listen, I'm not a flat earther. I'm not a round earther. Actually, what I am is I am somebody who has left the cult of science. I have left the mega church of science, because what I have now realized is that science, what it is actually, you think about it.
Actually, let's hear that last sentence. Sorry, let's hear that last sentence. Sorry, I did cut her off too soon.
Okay.
It says pagan.
Of science. I have left the mega church of science, because what I have now realized is that science, what it is actually, if you think about it, is a pagan faith. I'm going to give you an example of exactly what it is I'm talking about in case you think you disagree.
I not only disagree, love, I jack your yard in less than 5 seconds.
Like I did. I was told I was being too hard on her.
But, okay, I get it. I get it, Adam. You don't have to simp for her. I get it.
No, I'm just going to... The religion of the...
It's not about simping for her.
If if you take what she's talking about, yeah, instead of just the constant focus on a misuse of the word science, which she could be educated on, she's making a point, a really important point, that the population's waking up to, that the religion of the trust of science, okay, and don't trust them anymore, to the point that she'll quite happily entertain flat earth theories, as she describes them right now. Something else we could pick on. But the bigger point is that somebody like her is the trust of science is another part of the mainstream that the populace have lost.
Yeah, I got it. Thank you.
And I would like to also add.
Oh, brother.
No. This is for real though. This is no joke. I don't care how intellectual, how intelligent, scholastic, whatever you think you are. Think about where you came from or others have come from who are on this panel, who admit to where they came from. That's all she is. But she has no way to be guided to where I've been guided to.
Oh, thanks.
By her curiosity, she can be led this way. And with her platform, you know what I'm saying?
Thank you. Yeah, I was totally unaware of that. Thanks. My God. I get it. All right. I'm not saying I'm going to tear her ass up.
A woman tweeted this. You may have seen me retweet this over the weekend.
I don't know what
Appreciate that, Adam. Want to just play it while I'm talking?
As you saw, it was double speed. I just pressed my finger, tried to hold it, and then it went super fast. So
I get it. She's on the normie line. I got it. But when she says what science actually is, I mean, that's a pretty powerful statement through ignorance, don't you think? But I understand.
Yeah. That's a fact. That's a fact. I agree.
If I take it, it's just
holy shit.
Yes.
Go ahead. Tell me what she really thinks. Okay, because I'm totally
We've
aware.
only had the sentence, and you're telling me what she really thinks. I'm saying give a chance to speak. Look at the title of the thing. Don't just jump on the word and confuse that. Well, we agree. Yeah?
I get it. Thanks. I got it.
QA, you're always so negative. You don't have to be so fucking negative all the time. Relax.
Wait a second. Have you had breakfast yet?
Yes. So I get it. I know where she's at already. I don't need to hear anymore. I got it. Thank you. Thank you for helping me interpret it.
Am I pressing play?
No, I don't think we need to do anything else, personally. What else do we need?
Her name is Beth. She wrote this years ago.
No, go ahead. Go ahead. Let's hear it.
No, she's going to talk about something completely off topic.
I actually want to hear this though. Like
she's going to go into the medical.
I don't care, man. Let her talk for 5 minutes.
I feel quite hurt. So what you're saying is you'd rather listen to Candace than talk to us. I see.
Yeah. Another Brian.
I just want to say something real quick. There's two sides to this. There's people like Candace, and there's people who ride on the science that's really not the science and say, no, science proves everything. And then there's the people like Candace that gave up on science, being tricked by the same perpetrators of frauds using science as their reasoning for what their claims are.
I should really get a name right. Am I inserting an extra I where there isn't one?
Yeah. Candace.
It's Candace. I've spelt it enough times on my title. I should really be able to say it. It's not a very common name here, is it?
Just say Candace.
How about just Candace?
Yes,
Candace.
thank you.
Yes, it's very. Yes, I'm not going to say. I almost said it's a very common name over there, but that's probably not the best of compliments. It's not a very common name here. So, Candace. Candace.
Candace. Candace.
And you think
it's got no I? It's got no I in it. Candice.
Are you trying to drive QE crazy today?
So Nathan, because you don't have an E after your name, should I call you Nathan?
No. Are we getting lectured by Americans on the use of the English language?
No, let's not descend it into this. I'm just saying. I just want to know how to say it. Can someone just say it correctly once, hopefully without any?
Yes, I'll say it. Are you ready?
Yes.
Candace.
Candace.
Yes.
Perfect.
Candace. Got it. At least I'm not getting a surname wrong. I called her Candace Williams or whatever. I was saying it incorrectly. It's not. It's Candace Owens.
Can we
Got
go
it.
into your let's go into 5 minutes on your mispronunciation. Can we get into this? Go ahead.
And
let her,
you're mixing her up with the two tennis players. That's Serena and Venus Williams.
No, I don't really watch tennis. I don't think it's that.
Oh my goodness. They're trying to drive you crazy, Kiwi.
I know. Go ahead, Adam.
It's what it is actually, if you think about it, is a pagan faith. I'm going to give you an example of exactly what it is I'm talking about in case you think you disagree. A woman tweeted this. You may have seen me retweet this over the weekend. Her name is Beth. She wrote this. Years ago, I was assured that an IUD was safe, effective, and could be removed at any point if I decided on having more children. It was FDA approved, after all. Ovarian cysts, surgery, infections, a week in the hospital, and infertility. That was what they meant by safe and effective. And this really hit home for me, and I felt tremendously compassionate for her because I'm obviously of the baby-making age, and so many of my friends are similarly going through fertility issues and similarly realizing that the birth control that they have been given.
Sorry, can I just ask the rest of the panel of The View what they think of this?
Yeah.
Not science.
Of the view.
No, it's the religion of the trust of science. So here's a great point. So the word science would be used to validate the use of an IUD in these ladies. And somebody would say, yeah, the science says it's fine. So over time, yeah, this is what she's saying. I'm not trusting that statement anymore. This is what I'm hearing. And
yes. Now, I'm glad you reiterated the actual point because I did demean it unnecessarily because the point is completely valid. What she's doing is identifying pseudoscience and saying, this was punted as science, turned out not so much. Now I don't trust. This is where she goes wrong. The science. It's like, it wasn't.
Yes, this can be easily rectified, right? With just a little education, she could be pretty powerful, is what you're saying.
Yes.
Yeah. Yep.
Shout out to Adam and Brian.
Yeah, it just sounded much better without the simping attached when QE did it. I don't know.
Up, he's back.
Anyway, loose women.
In some way.
Let's carry on.
That have pelvic inflammatory disease because of the IUD device being in them for decades. And for those of you that are not aware of what that is, it's literally a copper device that is inserted into a woman to make it so that she does not become pregnant. It's birth control, and yes, it is marketed as both safe and effective.
Adam, is she talking about the coil?
Yes, yeah.
Okay, we have a different term for it.
Intrauterine device.
Yeah, I figured that much out after what she was talking about, but it's just we have a different term for it here. We call it the coil.
All the best stuff, by the way, is marketed as safe and effective. And I was saying to my husband how it's become such a difficult topic to talk about because I am compassionate for my friends that are going through this. But then there's another side of me that is just amazed, confounded. And I genuinely ask this question. I say, how could any person get to a point where a doctor tells them that putting something that is copper inside of them for a long period of time is perfectly safe and effective and will have no long-term side effects without that person being told the information, just having something that comes online inside, something spiritual, maybe as opposed to
She's gone off the rails now. So yeah, initially she was on track for highlighting the real magic trick that was punted on this particular victim, which is to say that they were sold it with science. So she was right on the rails, and now she's not on the rails anymore.
Medical disinformation or withholding of information, which is a separate thing to noticing that this, whatever the information is, isn't so.
Yeah, I'm not saying she's wrong. I'm just saying that it's not non sequitur either. I don't know what the word is. It's not quite on point for where she began, which is, if she's going to start this with the subheading of the decrying of science and the leaving of science, even though we know that terminology is incorrect, her journey that we appreciate as a newbie into the subject has now been taken to a different area that isn't the real magic trick. And that is where our focus has perhaps come, as much as we're all joking about simping. Our real focus is, she's onto something. She's recognised in the same way we had the same empathy for someone like Jaren. No, you're so close. Yeah? If you just recognise that what you're rejecting and calling science actually isn't, you'd be so much more powerful. We're recognising that in her at this stage of her journey, right?
Take away that we from Jaren. You, not we.
and angry at the people that have pretended it was science. At the moment, she's just at the religion of the trust of science. She's not recognized. Once she knows what science really is, she'll see how big the mugging off is.
Yes.
But that's another step.
Yep.
Yeah, press play.
Referring to it as your gut instinct, we should refer to it as the Holy Spirit. Later someone takes you and goes, yeah, no, that actually makes no sense. I have suffered from this condition of not trusting authorities when they say something to me that is so obviously stupid my entire life. And I contribute that maybe to coming from the school of hard knocks. Genuinely, I think
that's where he plucked the other guy, plucked it out from, because he missed off the qualifier that she just gave. You know, she's so used to rejecting what the authority says when it's so blatantly, obviously stupid. But he was like, he just took the one part of that sentence and then stereotyped it with it, didn't he?
Yep, that's what he did. Yes.
And that, again, is a positive statement from her then.
Very.
She doesn't know everything, but she's, you know, if something's blatantly stupid, like maybe gas pressure without a container, she's not going to accept the mainstream just because it's the mainstream saying it. And you're right, that's a good spot, Nathan.
The other reason I'm glad you've all gone along with me highlighting it, because that's where he feels so offended, because this, in essence, makes him feel stupid for his conformity, because that's why he actually, 10th Man highlighted it, but that's where he contradicted himself, because in actuality, what this does is makes him feel stupid, because she's saying, well, generally speaking, with the consensus rhetoric, I'll identify things that common sense would dictate are stupid and go, well, that's stupid. Whereas perhaps other people who don't, and they do go along to get along, are suddenly made to feel stupid by someone pointing that out. And that is what I feel the guy was bracing against. This has been an affront to his intelligence, and now he's lashing out.
that I'm grateful. I am grateful for having gone through the school of hard knocks, because you are required to have an element of common sense in order to survive. And when I look at people and they hold on to, but the doctor said this, but the expert said this, and I see how extreme the things that they will do. They were masking 2-year-olds because doctors said, no, this person, if they breathe, it's going to be a bad thing. Well, I realized that that's a faith. That is a faith, and it is not a science. And regarding a common sense, to that exact same effect, my husband showed me a clip of Andrew Tate.
Well, no, pause.
He was similar.
No, that was a good point to pause, because, she's back on the rails, having come off them in the middle, and she just needs to be on the rails the whole time. And she's so close to being, isn't she? She started with it and ended with it. So she knows that sandwich somewhere in between is a scientific issue. And she's right. So the pseudoscientists have lied to you. They masqueraded as science and having proof when they didn't. If you could just, if that was her rhetoric, she'd be unstoppable.
Similarly discussing COVID, he was also one of the voices that was telling people, hey, maybe don't just trust the experts on this one, before it was cool to say it. I think it was maybe just me and the Tate brothers. He's the second most Googled man in the entire world. I know a lot of people feel that they don't understand why he has the platform that he has, but I found this clip to be.
This is what I'm saying. All of this realization has come from the collapse of the medical industry, which has been ascribed in the mainstream and to people like Candace as this trust the science. In fact, that was that not a catchphrase of 3 years ago?
Yeah, we had it from Ballers, and we addressed it when they told us the whole body of science proves we're on a globe, when it's actually a category error and has no scientific validity. There is no cause and effect. People have started to recognise it from that angle. And fortunately for us, in the truest sense of our journey into this subject, in earnest, we started off from QE disseminating that to all of us. That was our real first step in the path of enlightenment, wasn't it? So when you see someone tantalizingly close and talking about flat Earth, maybe she's watching us. Maybe she's actually watching this show.
Wow, you actually caught on to that now.
What do you mean?
I've been trying to edge to get you to see that could be the case for a while.
Maybe.
And something else. Well, earlier on, you critiqued her on what she said about the doctor telling her friend to put the copper implement into her, right? And what she was pointing out is the doctors were telling people, no, it'll be fine. There won't be any problems. Right? How did the doctors know that? How did they have a crystal ball to know this thing won't cause a problem in the future? They don't. But they're trusted because they're doctors. So she's pointing out that the trust that her friends or whoever might have had in doctors telling them that was stupid to have, but also it's completely fraudulent from a doctor for a doctor to just go, yeah, there won't be a problem. I know doctors do this because I was told similar things. Obviously not to
Do
do
you
with
not
that,
think
but other
it's almost criminal that the medical profession at that end of that stick have been forced into a position of distrust by all of this? So people like Adam and people like GPs and doctors are now forced into a position of distrust when they've based their entire career on helping people and assisting them and saving people's lives. But because of something that the government and of many countries has collaborated with to push onto the people, now people distrust doctors. I think that's such a crying shame.
Well, I'll be honest with you, doctors have not helped their cause. I can't say about pharmacists now, but doctors have not helped their cause because I personally have had interactions with doctors where they've tried to tell me everything will be fine in 6 months' time, and they have no idea what effect, let's just say, the medication they want to give me is going to have or anything else. Do you know what I mean?
I agree. I can't really not defend that position because that is very much true. But I'm hoping Adam will step in and defend their position in this regard. That their hands have been forced. The same actually does apply to pharmacists. You know, what comes down the line has to be adhered to if you're in certain professions. Now, I can only speak from the experience that I've talked about with Adam in that regard. But as far as I can tell, they had no choice. Their hands were forced. And the fact that as a result of that, we're now in a position where we distrust
Don't
our
lose
doctors.
the plot.
Oh, I
Get
mean,
on with what Candace is talking about.
No, nobody's hands were forced. Mine, people were colluded, okay, cajoled into taking part. Some of us did, some of us didn't. Those that did profited very, very well. Those that didn't struggle.
That's great. Can we get back to Candace?
Amen.
I thought we were done. Actually, I thought that was a good point. I thought that was a good point to round it out in that regard. Actually, I think we got the general gist of what we need on our subject matter from her. I mean, we could.
I missed it.
Missed what?
I had to step out for a second. The last point that she made. So go back.
It's about birth control. Do you really want us to cover it again?
No, not the whole thing. I thought you said just the last point. I stepped out for about 30 seconds.
Let her keep going just for a minute.
Oh, really? I was just about to round out. Go on then. Have another minute.
Interesting. Take a listen.
Ooh, World of Warships.
World of Warships. Dum, dum, dum.
But now is ignoring all data.
What the hell?
Andrew Tate. Somebody, again, great influencer. Be interesting if he came out and said it was flat. But bit of a knob. So we speed it past Andrew Tate.
Well, hold on. She's using him as an example. So, QE wanted to play on.
So we're going to get our just desserts. Okay, here's Andrew Tate.
Nah, I didn't want it to play on.
No, let's Leo like this because he's a Muslim. So let's listen to him now.
Look, plus I just want to look at this. This is beautiful. Wouldn't you admit? That is fantastic.
No, you just want to leave.
The line.
That is a Maserati MC20. That is absolutely beautiful.
It's great. I love when people come to me and say, actually, we've got the data to prove. To prove what? You little What are you going to prove to me? I can prove to you that the ice caps are melting. There's ice in my water right now. I'm going to leave the water unattended until the ice melts. Will the water overflow out of the cup? No. Why are all the richest, most important people in the world who are pushing this scam buying beachfront homes? Oh, but the data says. The data's from the Matrix, and you are the Matrix, and the Matrix is full of lies. Anyone who actually analyzes data nowadays proves they're a dumbass. Have you seen that graph thing, that meme where you have the most stupid people and the most intelligent people do the same thing? Then you have the midwit in the middle. Data is for midwits. You know? Well, the data says. Yeah, the data says.
All right, just pause it. Pause.
Statistically.
Nah, he's not going to talk about the Maserati. It's a nice looking car, though, isn't it? Name is half naked bodies in the way of it, but there we go. Got good taste in cars. He's ordered a Bugatti Tourbillon. I think I'm saying that right.
The Bugatti.
That's astonishing.
Yeah, he's ordered the new Bugatti. It's got like this steering wheel that's the hub's fixed. So as you turn the wheel, the hub stays where it is in the middle.
Who
The
cares?
steering wheel turned. What do you mean, who cares? It's a work of art.
Cares?
Wait, that's kind of dope, actually.
Yeah, it's dopish. That's for sure.
It's got V16. It's got a Cosworth V16 engine. That is just outrageous. I think that's so cool.
It doesn't do anything for me.
1,000 horsepower. Just from the naturally aspirated engine. It's also got a whole bunch of electric motors.
Really?
Yeah.
Really? Can you
Seriously?
prove that? Yeah? Can you prove it? 1,000 horsepower.
About 18. No, it's about 1,800 combined. 1,800 when you combine it with all the electric motors. I think there's 3 of them.
Okay, I want you to prove that next week.
I'm sure someone will stick it on a dyno when it comes out.
So the horsepower is not how you're able to handle the horse. So if you're able to take the most of the horse, it's not maybe that horse is able to do every day. They're just standing there and eating the grass. But if you're a man, you can get a lot of more out of the horse. You can get more power from a car if you know what you're doing.
That's what we want. Yes. What if the horse is sickly?
But if
he's talking about cars.
You
He's
really
saying,
have to be.
He's saying you've got to be a man to handle the horsepower. That's what he's actually saying.
All right. So, what's the conclusion of Candace?
Candace? We were talking about the MC20.
Again and again. How many hours do you want to talk about? Have you seen the picture of her?
I just met her. You friggin' numpty dipshit.
She's a beautiful girl. Very intelligent.
Haven't you been keeping up on current events? Like, I don't know who she is. Let's hear her what she says. So, am I spending more hours on it, Johnny? Do you eat?
We have talked about it. She's a politic. It's in politics and so on. But she's going. So much have happened. She's going into a bigger area. She's going into our area, Nolens. So she really wants to know the reality. She's not taking it in face value.
Absolutely.
Do you understand that?
Yeah, absolutely. Fantastic words to round out the show on. Thank you so much. With that, I'm going to say another huge, massive, enormous thank you to both Discord and G+ panels for making today's after show possible. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I will see you all in the next video.